Great, so thank you everyone for joining on a Friday morning. We've sort of organised ourselves, as I said, like seance style, so enjoy that. There won't be any hand-holding unless there is public demand for that, but we can come on to that later. I'm conscious, and I think this is actually really good news, that this is one of very many sessions about open access, open science going on here. There's a fantastic bit of work that Alex Tarkovsky from the Open Futures shares with a sort of map based on analysis of text about the different open movements. And you have a map of how you've got open government in one place, and open science in another place, and open culture in another place, and open data in another place. And really sort of pointing out that the different bits of the open movement aren't always as close together as we might like, despite sharing some pretty fundamental similarities. I think with this, hopefully with this session, but actually through so much of what's been going on at Wikimania already, I think we're seeing that at least the open movement, as in Wikimedia, the open knowledge movement and the open science, open access movement are some of the closest, but hopefully we're going to look a little bit more at what are the opportunities, what are the priorities, what are the practical steps that can really continue that convergence to really bring together, build on respective strengths and actually help get further on both. Because I think one thing that we'll hopefully pick up from this is, will really come out clearly in this session, is there's a lot of potential for synergy, there's a lot of potential for complementarity. So quickly, and we'll also have a slide just introducing each of the organisations that we're coming from. This session is also a collaboration. My name is Stephen Weiber. I'm Director for External Affairs at the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, and I'm here in particular because of our engagement with Knowledge Rights 21, which is a campaign that's really focused on making sure that the voices of researchers, educators, and the libraries that serve them are heard in policy discussion. So I've got quite a strong policy focus. We have Daniel Meechan, who will talk to us shortly. Excellent. We have Melissa Hageman, who I'm sure many of you know from Budapest Open Access Initiative. We have Alice Kibombo from the Wikimedia Foundation. Previously did a lot of work with African Library and Information Associations. And we will have a flying visit, I think, from Eric Lute from Wikimedia Sverige, who is through that wall. I trust he'll come through the door, not through the wall, but he does amazing things. He may make it through reinforced concrete and rebar. So, objectives for the session today, and there's always risky because then you can hold us to these and see if we've actually achieved them. But I think what we're firstly hoping to do is just do a bit of a recap on what open access, open science is, why it's important, where there are those synergies, and hopefully ignite, spark, drive interest, and actually looking at when you get home, when you get back to when you get back to work back in your countries, how can you hook up with the open science community, or those of you who come more from the open science community, how can you hook up with the Wikimedia community? On our side, it's an opportunity to gather ideas, gather information about partnerships that could work and what's actually needed to make those partnerships happen. Quickly then on who we are, I've talked a little bit about Knowledge Rights 21. I think I'm also going to ask each of the speakers briefly to say, I'm going to ask them to say when they come up and speak, because given that we've only got one mic, that involves less choreography, but you've got access to the slides, there are links, click on the links, lots to find there. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Daniel, who is going to throw us in at the deep end.
Thank you. I'm actually wearing a Wikipedia hat here today, but I'm wearing many more, and I've linked some of them from the slides. So I'm a researcher, I'm an editor of a journal, I'm an editor of Wikipedia, and a volunteer in citizen science projects, a number of other things. The thing I want to focus on is the synergies between Wikimedia and open access, in particular initially, and then further on open science. And so one of the aspects of open access is the right to read the materials that have been published, so to say. It's still strange for me that publications can be published in a way that they're actually not public, but hey, that's the way we do it normally. I would like to add the right to read as being the right to mine, so that we keep machines in the loop when we're talking about access, which is often forgotten. And so I put in the tools as well. I make a distinction here between access to the literature or to the resources for Wikimedia editors and for Wikimedia readers or users, because these are different workflows and different constraints, also different communities that care about these things. Then I would like to put some stress on the right to reuse. So when you have a document or an image or anything you would like to use, for instance, to put it into a Wikipedia article, then there's typically copyright associated with that. And then how do you handle that? There are ways to signal, hey, this is copyrighted, but you're allowed to use it. These things are called open licenses. And so especially for the Wikimedia movement, the open licenses are a key part of the open access landscape. And that includes the right to adapt, for instance. So if the original paper was published in English, we have the right to translate that figure into Japanese and Swahili and whatever, right? And there is, I put it in brackets, fair use, which is a concept that's somewhat similar, but actually is not open, because it doesn't translate between jurisdictions. And, but it is often kind of mentioned in this context, sometimes mixed up. When we move to open science, I would like to add the right to participate. So that if you see a project happening, there is some sort of a website, there is something going on. You can just come in, you can ask questions, you can make suggestions, you can use whatever they have produced already, and you can contribute. You can make, yeah. And also, this entire landscape is, while the discussions originally started about essentially papers, publications, to some extent books and conference proceedings, the discussion also applies to other research outcomes, be they data sets, software, ontologies, whatever. Yeah, that's theory for synergies between Wikimedia and the open movement, or the open scholarly movement. Now, we can dive deeper into this. And so I've put for each of these lines here some Wikimedia entity that is somewhat dealing with this. So for instance, in terms of providing access to the literature for the Wikimedia editors, there's the Wikipedia library. They give you access to all these things that are behind paywalls, or not all of them, but many of them. But they give that access only to Wikimedia editors, and only to, well, some of them. You have to be reasonably active. And they don't, for instance, care about the Wikipedia readers. They don't care about tools associated with either of them. But they do this very basic layer, providing access to the literature for Wikimedia editors. Then, in terms of tools, I've just picked one that I happen to know well. There are a few others that work in this space. What I mean by tools is some tools that go through the open materials that are being made available as part of the open science movement, and then that look what can be done with those things, right? For Wikimedia readers, there is a project I'll briefly introduce that's called the OA Signaling Project that kind of tells you when you read a Wikipedia article how open the references are that are being cited. Then in terms of the right to reuse, out of the open access signaling developed a thing called WikiCite, which I'll also briefly present. This also looks at the licenses and the rights. It is an open project. In terms of participation, I'll also briefly mention some citizen science that happens on Wikimedia projects. And then in the end, I've added scholarly profiles because that's not normally talked about, but databases about what the outputs are of individual people or institutions or so. They're important in terms of evaluating the research landscape, and we can do this on the basis of Wiki as well, and for which there is a tool called Scholia. Yeah, so first, the OA Signaling Project, you probably have seen a Wikipedia article. It has references, and those references come with some metadata, like, for instance, the identifier, the DOI, or the PubMed Central ID, or the PubMed ID. And the basic idea of the OA Signaling Project was to add a few things here. This open access icon, maybe some indication of the license, maybe a link to the full text on Wikisource, rather than on the publish or in some scholarly repository. A link of the images or video files from the paper to Wikimedia Commons, and then metadata on Wikidata. Out of that actually came the name of Wiki Project Source Metadata on Wikidata, which then was morphed into WikiCite. This was an original idea more than 10 years ago, and this has since morphed into a thing that is actually happening on Wiki. On English Wikipedia, it is called template citation, and it has lots of functions, including how to handle some of this. So you see, we don't have the orange lock, but we have a green lock, and we have two gray ones and a red one, and they all have some meaning. There is no indication of the license. There is no direct link to Commons or Wikidata, but we have mechanisms to do all of that. But the most convenient ones are actually called convenience links. They involve these kinds of locks, colorful locks. And yeah, to some extent, this also exists in other languages, but it was prototyped on English. Here, the Open Access Media Importer, what it does is it makes use of aggregators of publications. So in particular, PubMed Central is a full-text repository of biomedical articles. It goes into that repository, it checks for new articles that it hasn't seen before, and then for each of them it checks what is the licensing of that article. If it's openly licensed, it checks, well, does it have audio or video files? And if so, it downloads them, converts them to a format that Wikimedia Commons accepts, and then uploads them to Commons. It has done that 36,000 times between 2010 and 2018. It is dead by now. It was a volunteer project, essentially, and it died because of well, all the rest of it. No, the technical environment has evolved so much that the software just didn't run anymore. Out of those 36,000 files that it uploaded, 2,000 are actually used, only, one would say, but they are used on 8,000 wiki pages that have together gathered more than 500 million page views in that time. And I put an example here. The original paper was about how do pianists actually coordinate the movements of their fingers while they play piano, research question. In order to do that, they had to track some pianists playing the piano. They produced the video, and this video is quite common. It's used on 20 Wikipedias, including the Polish one here on motion tracking and pianist, right? Which is not the original intended use, but it is a possible use, and it's only possible because reuse is allowed. Here, these are a few examples of Scholia profiles. I'm missing a pointer here, so I'm jumping around. This thing here can be put on a Wikipedia article that can point to this tool, which provides you with this profiling facility. And the thing can profile people, it can profile topics, species, individual papers, journals, publishers, lots of other things, about 30 different profile types. And it comes with things that interact with Wikipedia or other parts of the wiki ecosystem. For instance, here it can tell you which Wikidata statements are supported by that particular paper whose profile you're looking at. And that is much closer to the evaluation metrics that you normally have and that are used in research context. Another one, which Wikipedia pages are mentioning this paper or citing it, right? Here is a profile of the paper that actually shows you an image from the paper that has gone through this kind of loop that I have explained for the video. Or here, I can zoom in and ask for researchers here in Katowice who have used a particular software, ImageJ, right? All of this is possible because of the way Wikidata is organized and how the wiki ecosystem is doing this. Last point here, we're still in this interaction between the Wikimedia and open science space. Here's the part, the right to participate. And so there are a number of citizen science projects. One of them that I like to use is iNaturalist. You basically see a flower or a bee visiting the flower. You take a picture while they are in interaction. Then you can upload that to that website. It will tell you which flower it was, which bee it was, basically. And it generates a data point in a global database about where this flower and where this bee can be found. And there are other people who can verify what you've uploaded and so on. And there are lots of such things that happen on Wikimedia platforms, including description of new species for which the first image was actually uploaded to Commons. I've collected some of those things in a dedicated poster for which I don't have time right now. Now I'm handing over again.
Thank you. And I think with that, I think you're already seeing with this some fantastically practical examples of the use of wiki infrastructures to actually support the goals of open science. I think it also raises, and this was a point made quite a lot in the keynote yesterday, the role of Wikipedia as a place to actually maximise the impact. And there were a couple of calls yesterday for Wikipedia edits potentially to be included in measures of effectiveness and measures of research outputs, and as being actually a much more useful thing than being cited in a paywall journal. So I think already some good practical examples. I think now we're going to zoom out. I'm going to hand over to Melissa.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. I'm Melissa Hageman. I'm with the BOAI organization, which advocates for the equitable development of open access. And I'm also a fellow with Open Future Foundation, which focuses on safeguarding the open internet. So open access was defined in 2002 through a meeting I helped to organize, which led to the Budapest Open Access Initiative. And in essence, open access is the free, immediate online availability of research articles. And the BOAI recommended two complementary strategies for the development of open access. One, the development of institutional or subject-based repositories where authors can deposit copies of their articles. And two, the development of open access journals. And now these journals are coming in different flavors. One are journals which are freely available both to read and to publish in, and these are known as diamond journals. And these journals are very popular in Latin America, Central and Eastern Europe, Turkey, Indonesia. In addition, some open access journals rely upon what's called the article processing charge, or the APC model. And these journals charge authors to publish in their journals. And building upon the APC model are the read and publish agreements, which publishers negotiate with either institutions or sometimes even countries, which the institution or country pay a fee, usually a large fee up front, and then all authors associated with that institution or country can publish in these journals. So 20 years on from the development or from defining open access, we've seen quite a bit of success. Roughly 50% of research articles, are open access. There are over 20,000 open access journals, over 5,000 open access or open repositories. And universities are developing open access policies to encourage and sometimes mandate authors affiliated with their institutions to make their works open access. Importantly, foundations and national governments are beginning to call for public access to publicly funded research, and we've seen very progressive policies coming out of the EU and in the States most recently. And interestingly, during the COVID-19 pandemic, at the beginning in January of 2020, we saw the Wellcome Trust and scientific leaders from around the world calling for all research on COVID-19 to be made openly available. And this resulted in 79% of all research articles on COVID-19 being made openly available. So while we have seen success in this area, with 50% of articles being made open access, unfortunately, new barriers have been created, as I mentioned, with the APC and read and publish models for authors to publish. And unfortunately, these barriers are being felt most by those in lower and middle income countries, as well as those at less well-resourced institutions in the global north as well. So 20 years on from defining open access, we produced something called the BOAI 20 recommendations, in which we really try to refocus the open access movement on equity. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Daniel, and he's going to provide some background on open science.
Yeah, I gave you some flavors of this before, but here there's actually a video about this, which you find in the Wikipedia article on open research, not open science. There's some confusion going on here. Some people use the term open science, but then the humanities people don't feel included because in English that is a different word. In other languages, for instance, like Polish, nauka is broad enough to encompass the sciences and the humanities. And since for many people English is not the first language, sometimes this creates additional confusion. And then open research, in some understandings, tries to focus on the process, and open science more on the components of the ecosystem. It's all a bit complicated, but the essence to me is that, in principle, you try to share as soon as you record the science. That's open science. And you don't wait for 3 years or so, and you don't wait until it's approved by some whatever body, unless there is an ethical reason to do this. And so there's the next page that goes into this. Actually for me, in open science, ethics comes first. You think about who benefits from the research being done or not being done, or who is harmed by the research being done or not being done. On that basis, you then decide whether to share, what to share or what not to share, why to share, and well, hopefully this helps you figuring out the why comes early on, or why not to share certain things, when to share and how to share. And then the typical outcome for an open science project is you share openly whenever this is possible. If there is a good reason not to share, well then there is, and you document that. You document, I'm not sharing, I have data on X, but I can't share it because of Y, right? And then, so you share it in a way that allows all these freedoms that I have elaborated on earlier, the freedom to read, to mine, to reuse, to adapt, and to participate. All these freedoms can be exercised by you and the people who are aware of this project. And this applies essentially to any step of the research cycle. So that includes early steps of the research cycle, like if you have an idea, you just put it out, just like on Wiki. And if you have a proposal, you publish that. If you have any software, you publish that, things like that. And if you have a final paper, yeah, you publish a preprint, basically. That's the way open science works. And yeah, I summarized it here. It's essentially a wiki way of doing things. So the wiki community is doing this, what I'm wishing for the science community to do. Yet another way or another basis for discussing interactions. Now I'm handing over again.
So as I mentioned, with open access now, while we've seen success, we have encountered many challenges, including the APC-based business model, which really brings up the questions of equity and excludes many people based upon their ability to pay. And this is built upon with the read and publish model as well. In addition, this is an issue which was brought up yesterday during the keynote on open science. The research assessment process is broken, and it's only in many instances looking at where the author publishes their article and not at the full outputs of the academic itself. So in order to especially bring in early career researchers, we need to reform the research assessment process so that publishing in open access journals and other outputs of the authors are taken into account in their assessment process. And in addition, we advocate for the development of open infrastructure to support open access, because currently open access research is at risk when it is published on closed or proprietary platforms. And there's specific challenges dealing with open access in the Global South, and I'm going to hand it over to Alice for that.
Thank you, Melissa. My name is Alice Chibombo. I am standing in for Dr. Nkem Osigwe. I think in rugby I'm what they call a suitable replacement, yeah? I'm not a front row player, but those who play will know. So anyway, I'm standing in for Dr. Nkem, and I would like to address specifically the challenges that we experience in the Global South when it comes to this matter. Now, the Global South to me is Africa. I don't know about the other part of the South, but the global part is the South for me. So there's awareness raising. Very many authors and even the potential consumers of what it is that we are publishing are just not aware of the trends and the changes in that movement. They are not aware of the benefits. The authors themselves are uninformed, and also there's just a lack of awareness of the kind of support that would help them be competent in this area. And I'll give a very practical example. I don't know if Leila Zia is here, but it would be very good if she could give us the statistics of the number of people in Africa or the Global South who are accessing the Wikimedia research funds or the knowledge equity funds. I think I only am aware of one. and it's running for a year. So it would be good. When you see her, please ask her for these statistics. And then there are also very many sustainable publishing models, but I think this stems from a lack of awareness even from the beginning. People are still stuck in the old model, still goes back to the fact that we are unaware of the changes. And then many of the models, we don't have the infrastructure to support these new models. They'll tell you, oh, it's got to be electronic. Somebody's still running on Windows 2000, things of the sort. And then there are the barriers to publishing in the APC-based journals. Funding has always been a bum, for lack of a better word. And right from the beginning, when somebody is aware of these costs of publishing, that is it. They will not even want to go ahead and engage with this research if this is what it entails. Never mind the benefits, never mind the education, never mind that it's going to bear fruits in the next 1, 2, 3, 10 years. We are done. We are out of here. And then the read and publish agreements, unfortunately, again, it's a lack of awareness and education. We aren't able to interpret them well. At times they are in foreign languages, and then when they come, there's also a sense of urgency to them, a sense of urgency that we cannot respond to. So we find that in the Global South, we aren't really able to rise to the occasion because of a combination of factors, as I've highlighted. So I'd like to hand over to you, Stephen.
Thank you. So I think this is the point where Eric is supposed to fly through the wall, but I might speak to his slides, unless if anyone sees cracks emerging in the concrete, just tell me. So I think we've highlighted a number of challenges there, and I'm just going to rephrase some of them in order to help us sort of segue towards that discussion of, well, what collaboration? So practically, where should we focus in order to address some of these challenges, but also how can we do that? What are the tactics that we should put into place using the respective strengths of the Wikimedia movement, or the practical experience, but also the energy, the passion, the understanding, the practical examples of why open is better, why open helps advance them, helps us move forwards quicker. So the points that Eric was going to make, Eric, are, I think, firstly, is that reaffirmation. And again, I think this is something that we heard on the Wednesday morning from the University of Silesia, just this underlining that if the point of science is to advance new ideas, to help us move quickly towards solutions to grand challenges, then open is a no-brainer. That is the best way of doing it, of producing better research, of making sure that research feeds into policy, feeds into action, feeds into decisions more quickly. I think there's an issue, and I think that came out quite strongly from Alice just now, that actually researchers always risk being the little person in this. You know, what they want to focus on is research. There is a need to actually support, to give them the sense that they're part of a wider community, that they have that sense of agency in doing things. I think this is potentially a really interesting area for working with the Wikimedia movement as a sort of, I think I've heard the term duocracy being used so far. It's a movement of people who are actually about just doing stuff rather than feeling sorry for themselves. And I come from the library community. We have to fight that stereotype within our own community from time to time. So that's a combination that can be incredibly powerful. I know that from what Eric was going to say, if you look at the map of stakeholders, and Eric's here. So I'm going to let Eric guess where I was, but looking at the map of stakeholders, for example, in Sweden, there are groups of librarians, there are groups of heritage institutions, there are groups of universities, but there's not actually any particular group looking at the interests of researchers. Eric, if you want to take over, I've got to your second point. Go, please. Eric Luke from Wikimedia Sverige.
Thanks, and great to see everyone here. And sorry for just like running in the middle of the session. It's like when they schedule two sessions at the same time, then it's a bit running back and
I told
forth.
them you'd come through the walls. So
Oh, sorry about that. Next time I promise to run straight through the concrete. Yeah, but I don't know exactly where I interrupted you, Stephen, but I added a few just points from my perspective when I've been working on open science and open access in Sweden. And the first realization is that the importance that open science has for researchers. Like, I mean, we talk about open science as something being important for the Wikimedia platforms, as sharing information openly under free licenses, but it's also extremely important for researchers that they are able to work openly. And one of the questions that I've been working very actively on is, we call it text and data mining in the European context, which is pretty much the EU provisions for opening up for training of artificial intelligence, and especially the work that I've been doing in a research perspective. And there are two provisions now in EU law that opens up for training of artificial intelligence, and one of them is specifically for research purposes. But it doesn't say what you can do with the data and the information, like other than actually training the artificial intelligence. So, for example, if you're a group of researchers that are collaborating across universities, can you share the data between the different researchers at the different universities, or do all of them actually have to come and meet in the same room at the same university? The law doesn't clarify. And we have quite a few actors that make the very conservative interpretation of the law that they have to sit in the same room at the same university. And that, of course, is extremely cumbersome if you want to be able to do, cool, creative, new, innovative research on a national scale. And that's only on the national scale. Like, if you want to do things on the European scale, like how can data and information flow across borders? Nothing in the EU directives say like how to open that for that. And then that's still at the European scale. If you want to do international research, that's close to impossible in many of those areas. So open science is crucial for researchers to be able to do their work in an efficient way. What I found out in the work for open science that I've been doing in Sweden is that there's quite few that actually talk on behalf of the researchers in Sweden. There's like university associations that talk on behalf of the universities. There's library associations, the Swedish Library Association doing a great job, but they talk on behalf of the libraries. But who talks on behalf of the individual researcher who stumbles upon issue after issue after issue when they are just trying to do their work, that is to do research? And I found that to be a very good source of information in the advocacy work that I've been doing at the national level, to talk with the researchers and try to understand the very specific problems that they stumble into when they are trying to do their research. And I think that's also like it's a pool of, like, they have so many examples that we can use very efficiently in our own advocacy. So teaming up with individual researchers is a great way, I think, of both getting towards more open science, but also with more open science, in the second step, more information that we can share freely on the Wikimedia platforms. So the one example that I think that have worked best to collaborate against challenges for open science in a Swedish perspective is to actually talk with researchers, try to get into the researcher networks and understand what are the practical issues that they are meeting on a daily level, and the impossibility almost to actually share data between universities and across borders is one of the things that I realized after those conversations is actually it's not only a hypothetical issue, it's something that they are tackling every day in their work. So I think that's my short pitch on how we can collaborate with researchers for open science. Do you want to take over again?
Thank you. And because Eric is actually responsible for a thing in the session in the other room, so it's fantastic that he's come along. So I think that sort of helps us dig down a little bit, and I think sort of digs into that specific question of both researchers are often actually themselves forgotten. There's lots of people who will claim to talk on behalf of researchers, but not so many who actually talk with them and actually make sure that they can come to the table. And I think we were making this similar point in a session yesterday. They are a fantastic source of war stories. And they may not see these experiences as war stories. They may see them as frustrations or reasons why they've just had a really bad day because they've not been able to do the thing they wanted to be able to do. But actually helping them to articulate this and underlining how these are actually challenges. This was uploaded before we did some final edits. A final thing just to cover before we go into the question of collaborations, and I think you're already picking up ideas around the possibilities for practical infrastructure, the possibility to talk to people. I wanted to dig a little bit more into the question of advocacy, of the necessity of actually trying to change laws in addition to changing cultures and changing policies within institutions. And some of the work that we're supporting as part of Knowledge Rights 21 really looks to dig into this, to get to the situation where when governments are trying to pass laws, they are carrying out some sort of open audit. They're actually checking on what are the implications of what they're doing for the possibility to carry out open science. Because so often when governments think about copyright, they're thinking about Taylor Swift. They're thinking about major commercial players. They aren't thinking about this. There's a narrative that copyright is a goal in itself, which is absurd. It's a tool, it's not a goal. They're thinking about copyright as a way of maximizing incomes. They've been convinced that the orange economy is a thing. It's not. It's a part of the economy which normally sort of overestimates its contribution. But there's this whole idea of copyright as a goal. We need to move away from that. So just to give some very practical examples of bits of law that I think we already see as being potentially harmful to open access, to open science. Certainly unwaivable remuneration rights, that's been an issue in bits of Latin America, potentially overrides the effect of using open licensing. It provides carte blanche to collecting societies to collect money for anything, because money has to be collected and then think afterwards about how it's actually spent. We see examples of laws which are very good at saying that researchers have an obligation to publish their work and their data under open licenses, but actually doesn't protect them against the publisher who comes along and says, no, you're actually going to sign away those rights. It leaves researchers having to actually be the ones who implement the law and have to choose between the publisher who has lawyers and a writ and the government, which is not a fair situation. There are plenty of loopholes. A fantastic example recently has been the Spanish work on open science, where there's an obligation to publish in a repository, but not one that's necessarily open. And so you have to place your research into a repository, but not actually make your work available. There's a fantastic bit of bad legislation that requires addressing. Questions around lack of clarity of who actually owns the work. Is it the researcher? Is it the institution? We see quite a lot of cases of researchers a priori, they hand over copyright to their institution, but then the researcher is asked to hand over their own copyright to a publisher. It's not particularly helpful, so clarity there can help. In the Netherlands, for example, you have different situations. So in universities, in academic universities, the researcher holds the copyright. In vocational training, in further education colleges, it's the institution. So you have a lot of confusion about who actually owns the rights in the first place and can actually exercise these things. And I think Daniel said it really well at the beginning. Carrying out research is a lot easier when you have access to material in the first place. There isn't, we're starting to see in Europe some interesting progress towards the concept of right of access to data. It's not well defined right now, and it's incredibly confused. Sometimes there's greater rights of access for small and medium enterprises than there are for researchers. Sometimes it's better defined. The idea of this right of access is coming into shape, but it's some way from being there. So all types of laws often pass without consideration of the value. And so one additional example, which I think is very directly relevant to Wikipedia, was the risk in platform legislation of subjecting platforms like Wikipedia to the same sorts of rules as YouTube, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And thanks to the work of people like Dimi here, there is an explicit provision that says that encyclopedia like Wikipedia are not subject to these rules, at least in the case of some laws. That's not replicated everywhere. It's not fantastic all over the place. But again, you have rules that are being passed which have a real impact on open science. Open science is not being considered. Wikipedia is not being considered when these rules are passed. And that requires people to shout up and say, hey, we're not all Taylor Swift or Taylor Swift's legal team. So, for the rest of the session, so we've got big red numbers on the wall behind, say, 25 minutes. I think we really want to dig into, there's a couple of questions. I'm just going to jump around in the slides a little bit. is firstly talking about what you see the priority areas for further collaborations as being. And please, I don't know, these range from infrastructure, work on culture change within the community, work on awareness raising within the community, everything from open matters to you can do open, but also priorities that you might see for changes around policy, where we actually need to get involved in legislation, combine the practical experience of researchers with the passion, with the knowledge, with the practical mindset of Wikipedians, and then how that actually happens. To start us off, we've got a few ideas up there. I'm going to ask our other panelists to maybe talk a little bit to these, unless they don't stand up, in which case I'll do it. Melissa, do you want to? Oh, yes.
Thanks, Stephen. So about 10 years ago, we had the idea to raise awareness and build collaborations between the two communities, that we needed to try to cross-pollinate them. And to us, that was supporting Wikimedians to attend open access conferences and supporting open access advocates to attend Wikimania. And that's how I met Daniel. And coming from those discussions came the OA Signaling Project, which he led the development of. And Daniel, do you want to talk about wiki journals?
There was a session on this in this very room 2 days ago. Short version is you can use Wiki as a formal publishing platform, including full peer review, including getting a DOI. But here, there are actually two ways. Either you take an existing wiki text, you shove it through the peer review process, and then a version of it gets approved that can then be reused in wiki context or elsewhere. Or you get a submission from somewhere else, the classical journal route. It gets through peer review, and then it can be put into the Wikiverse. It can, for instance, be started as a Wikipedia article. The main thing here is these things need to be written for a more general audience, and they have to follow the wiki guidelines and the journal guidelines, basically. So you don't have sentences like, we think, which many researchers like to put in their papers. But otherwise, it's a normal journal. It has begun to be indexed in those publication databases that many administrators care about. And it is implemented entirely on Wiki. So if you know, it sits on Wikiversity. If you know how MediaWiki works, you can contribute to that. You can submit your papers there, things like that. That's the key idea. So basically, and it's diamond in your world. So Wikimedia Foundation pays the servers. Since it's run on a project that is already sustainably funded, we don't have this game about the article processing charges or having to negotiate with any publisher or anything like this. You can just use it and use it as a way to share your research, basically. Please tell that to other researchers that you might be familiar with. Yeah, I hand over to you again. Policy.
So I think we've already covered some of policy. I think a really good example of the one already talked about with the Digital Single Market Directive within the EU, really good work and excellent work between the Wikimedia movement and others in pushing for the exclusion of Wikimedia from the sorts of rules that are being applied to major commercial platforms. I think this is speaking from a European perspective. I'm very conscious of that. We are at an interesting time. We've just had elections. Despite the number of right-wing nutcases in the parliament, there are people who've come in, they're new, they've got ambitions, they want to get things done. They will be looking for projects. There's a possibility right now to evangelize, to go out there and look for people who are committed, who are interested in open, to push things forwards. There's a really strong evidence base. There's a 1,200-page report that's come out of the European Commission focusing explicitly on barriers to access, barriers to publicly funded, access to publicly funded works, barriers to research in general, the very strong focus on how do we get the law right for open science, open access. So there is potentially an opportunity to target change and to try and raise the level of ambition. But this is the case in many other countries. We know that I'm going to, at risk of getting this wrong, we know that in Australia there's a big push on how to get rights retention happening. We know that in South Africa there's starting to be, I don't know, still waiting for the president to sign the copyright law. It's been a long, long time, but that does include secondary publication right, the right to actually publish publicly funded work, open access, which supports much of what Daniel was talking about earlier. Around the world, I know there is copyright law changes happening all the time. And I think as we've seen, and again, this is something we talked about yesterday, it's not just copyright law. There's a lot of digital legislation in general that has an impact on open science, that has an impact on Wikimedia, and that we can't expect that the interests of open science and the interests of Wikimedia will be taken into account unless someone makes a fuss. Melissa, do you want to cover equitable development? And then we'll go back to the questions.
I'll just say a few words here. Alice touched upon some of the real issues which those in the Global South have regarding the development of open access and the barriers which are presented with it. I think one of the main areas of collaboration could be working with the large Wikimedia network on the ground in the chapters in so many countries. In the past, I'd often work with the CC affiliates and Wikimedia chapters in different countries to develop coalitions to advocate for either open education or open access. So really to begin to tap into those networks and having Wikimedia Sweden here with us, really beginning to work with the chapters on the development of open science and open access, I think could lead to really positive collaborations around the development in these areas.
Thank you. So I think now on to questions. So priority areas for further collaborations, where do you see us as needing to focus right now? And these are questions also for the panel. Please.
I can kick us off. So I feel like my question requires a tiny bit of background, which is in my current presence, I'm a Wikimedian, but in my day job, I'm a librarian at a prestigious university in the United States, and we are constantly in negotiations with publishers about issues like text and data mining and open access. I'm also working with a society publisher to try and flip them to open access. And on both sides, there's questions about money, right? But also these questions about prestige. Like everyone, of course, wants to publish in the most high-impact fashion they can. And so my thought is, how can we, as Wikimedians, wearing that hat, collaborate in those spaces, in the negotiations that libraries have? I feel like very often they don't have the tools to negotiate kind of effectively on these issues. I'm in the United States, I should say, so we don't have the legal framework that is being developed in the EU. And how can we work, or do we want to work, with commercial publishers when, at the end of the day, I think particularly society publishers, they're worried about their income, right? They're worried about, how do they keep the society in business if they fully flip to open? So, but I'm curious what you all, with your various backgrounds, think about those areas. It gets quite technical too, right? These questions of negotiation. So
Wasn't aware we had a microphone earlier. So I know. It's fun. It's magic. We've been getting our step counts up today. Oh. Okay.
Phoebe, thanks so much for the question. If it's okay to cite your university, MIT is a leader in this field, and I think sharing the experiences that you've had with others within the Wikimedia movement would be hugely beneficial, because you're leading by example, really. And many people have said, well, if MIT can cut their agreement with Elsevier, then maybe others can as well. So one idea would be to really start we used to have an open access community, I think, within Wikimedia, and it hasn't been active for quite some time, but maybe to start one up again to really share experiences.
Thanks, and I agree with everything you say, Melissa, and it's a great question from Phoebe. I also think something that I hear a lot from Swedish universities is that they think that they lack the strength. They're much smaller, much less prestigious than American and UK universities. I'm not sure if I totally agree, but I understand what they're saying. In Sweden, the solution has been to have like one national negotiator that kind of takes care of all the negotiations with the large commercial publishers. But something that I've been focusing a lot, again, kind of changing back to the perspective of the researchers, is the license to publish agreements that they come across when they are trying to publish in those journals. So I think that one large issue is how expensive it is, how it's kind of capitalizing on research within those journals, but also like from the individual perspective that they meet these kind of long clauses that no one understands. Like lawyers read them, they don't understand what they are saying. I try to support researchers that they don't understand either. They sign away rights without knowing that they're doing it. So I think the finances is one problem, but also very weird. So like if you want to publish in several of those journals, you need to sign a license to publish agreement, which is pretty much the agreement between you and the commercial publisher that this can be published in the paper. And many of those different agreements are actually terrible to read. And I think that's an area where it's also kind of an obvious area for collaboration between Wikimedians and researchers, because if that's done in a good way, then you can reuse this information directly on Wikipedia. If it's like in a good, clear way, CC BY SA or CC BY or like a Wikimedia compatible license, then it's also very much usable on the Wikimedia platforms.
Yeah. All right. I think speaking for the Global South, specifically Uganda, the priority area wouldn't be so much access as influencing legislation. So allow me to give you some facts from my phone that I was quite shocked when I came across them when I was doing the research for this. Most of the access, especially for all this academic stuff in Uganda, is done by the Consortium of Uganda University Libraries. But they have to go through the National Library of Uganda. And then the National Library tells them something like, we are under rationalization because the National Library is counted as a government agency. And as a government agency, it was under the Ministry of Gender and Labor. It was not under the Ministry of Education. So this rationalization, the harmonization was done in February of this year. And then the National Library says, we are going to resume all technical operations within the next 2 years. So right now, the Consortium of Uganda University Libraries is stuck with very good ideas, stuck under a government agency, and the director, I think, is at the level of a junior commissioner. He even earns less than I do. But that's another story for another day. So that sort of legislation and the understanding, and even when they're calling individuals to talk about this, it is not us, the information professionals, that they are considering. So agencies are misplaced, and then priorities are all over the place, and efforts are being duplicated, not to mention that most of the access is subscription-based. And then when it comes to the legislation, I took a look around the region, and now this is the time my phone becomes my companion. Most of the legislation is very young, and it was not built, it's not robust enough, it didn't cater for the future being 2 to 5 years ahead, because ours is a constantly evolving field. So I'll just give you an example. The National Research Act in Uganda was only inaugurated in 2009. So since 2009 up till now, there's been a gap of, 10 plus years. It is still as research was in 2009, nothing to cater for it under the pandemic. And then when it came to The intellectual property right, it's only up till 2014. There've been changes since then. And then the Science, Technology and Innovation Act to promote open science and innovation was only inaugurated in 2019. So up till then, nobody had spoken about it. The researchers that we sent into the future, the ones we sent to foreign universities and other places to benchmark, some of them had even passed on. So there's been no changes since then up till now to respond to the realities that we are seeing in this field. So when I speak here, I cannot speak at the level that you speak at, because the things that you have seen and the things that you're doing and negotiating are not my reality when I'm fighting to have the National Library not being an agency under the Ministry of Gender. So what we have been doing as a practical response is just having, let's say, a Wikimedia open day, and then we invite the policymakers. The members of parliament who debate these things are too high up for any practical value. So you invite like the directors of research and consortia, and you just make them aware of your presence. And you say, by the way, when you go to discuss this matter, please remember our names when you're elevated, not for work, but in terms of policy. And also invite us and just keep, harassing them with email that these are the changes, these are the kind of things that you need to incorporate. This is what we have seen when we go out there. So in the Global South, I think it would lean more to legislation.
Thank you. I think, Ross, you had your hand up.
So I was just going to suggest we're talking a lot about publishers. I'm Ross Mounts from Arcadia. It would be great if we could have some publishers at Wikimania and actually have more projects where publishers work directly with Wikimedia tools. I think publishers are really underutilizing Wikipedia metrics. For the research evaluation piece, people love numbers. You could say for a particular journal, 10% of its articles are cited in Wikipedia. Or, there are 50 different figures reused from this journal on Wikimedia Commons in 20 different languages. The Wikimedia community side of that could actually help out by enriching the citation metadata. Because when I look for certain publishers, it's well marked up which publisher it was the figure image comes from on Wikimedia Commons. But then for other publishers, like let's say MDPI, it's often not very well marked up on the image. It's just like, oh, here's the URL this image came from. So I think there's actually things that the Wikimedia community could do to make publishers appreciate Wikimedia projects a lot more by having that finer scale attribution and more data. If we could give more data to academic publishers, publishers might appreciate Wikimedia projects more. That's just an idea.
So I'm going to take the other questions. So Poncelet and then Emmanuel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephen. I just want to say in terms of advocacy, and I would like to hear the panelists' views on that, because what we have done in the Gambia is since 2016, when the World Intellectual Property Organization had this open access policy. And as we all know, WIPO is basically the UN specialized agency on intellectual property. So for me, not only looking at the open science, because my organization, part of the Open Knowledge Network, we do a lot of work with our National Council of Arts and Culture and our library. So for our artists, not only musicians and publishers in the creative arts, we looked to them and we invited WIPO, and they came willingly to help us do that restructuring. So we now have a very good collection exercise, and why I came here is how are we going to incorporate wiki journals to what we do with WIPO support. So I will encourage people in the Global South, my colleagues, listening to her speaking, is that we have to engage WIPO. And the Creative Commons were the one that helped WIPO to come up with this open access policy for their collaboration. So I would like to hear from you, Melissa. How do you think you can create a linkage for the community with what WIPO is doing in terms of advocacy, especially for, I don't want to use only the Global South, because there are also marginalized communities in other parts of the world. Thank you.
And let's Emmanuel, if you want to ask them.
Thank you. Emmanuel from Côte d'Ivoire, West Africa. I think our experience is a little bit different of the eastern part of Africa because I'm a Wikipedian but also a science communicator running an agency for that. And I think some scientists are start to be aware of this issue. And regularly I'm invited by some organization. I will give a talk next month to the Ministry of Higher Education on the subject. But where we need to prioritize in terms of collaboration is with the association in charge of evaluating the progress of scientists. Because it's true that some method change and they ask now to scientists to demonstrate what they do for the community and not only publish, but when it comes to scientists to present this, it's difficult. I coordinate the public health bulletin and I'm struggling with scientists to share some articles, some data, and I work closely with some institute to get directly the data without work with scientists because they need to be aware about the importance of using open science or publishing as free what they do, and that's why I agree with the comment of sorry, I forgot the name. Ross, in terms of metric to show the impact of what Wikimedia can bring to also scientists. But in the same time, for us as Wikipedia, we need also to develop our, I can say, science literacy, so that we can be more able to interpret, to analyze and to use data in academic paper. Because some scientists also have fear about, if you take my paper, I'm not sure that you will present it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm conscious we've got just under 3 minutes. So I'm going to encourage, if you can, to provide answers, responses and closing words, I think. There's one question specifically for this.
Yes. Thank you. To the question on WIPO and collaborations there's a project which Ross is sponsoring from the Arcadia project called the Right to Research Project, which is specifically working, it's an international project focused on WIPO, working with researchers. So maybe we can connect you with that project. In terms of Wikimedia's work with WIPO, their issues there is WIPO has not allowed Wikimedia to be represented within the body itself, but other organizations are able to collaborate with it. And then the question from Ross, I think that's a great one in terms of working with the publishers. The only collaborations I know of are through the Wiki Library program, but bringing them here makes a lot of sense as well. Do I go here?
Since you mentioned that Wiki Library program, I would love to see them engage with open access publishers. So far, they only talk to the closed publishers. And that also speaks to what my priority would be. I think we should start working with those who are already doing mission-aligned things, people or publishers who are already publishing openly licensed stuff. And then we should make it easier for them to share, basically build tools like the Open Access Media Importer, but have them work a decade later as well, things like that. Yeah, well, but we have tools that actually tell you how often a certain file is being accessed and how often the pages are being viewed. It's just that those tools are not easily accessible to the publishers. They break once in a while because they were written by a volunteer, and so they're not integrated into the commercial platforms that give you the metrics that you want.
The publishers don't know the data and they're completely not aware of it. BMC have got this article that's really good. It's a review of a particular medical topic. At its own journal website, the article, after 10 years of publication, has probably only had 10,000 views. But basically half of that article is reused on the Wikipedia page, English language Wikipedia page, about that medical condition. And there, over the last 10 years, it's probably had about 20 million views. But the publisher has no idea about this, and we've got to feed that data back.
Do you remember the alt metrics? I think it still exists. I think it's Elsevier
Yeah, Dimensions is the name.
There's Plum Analytics, there's Dimensions, but that's only it's been cited in.
It's still there, yeah, but I think you're talking about slightly different things. So yes, Wikipedia is included, initially only English, by now it's like 20 languages or so, but they only include a mention and they don't access or provide information about how often that Wikipedia page is actually accessed. Also, they don't track once the reference is actually deleted from Wikipedia, so once it's in forever. So there is room for building, I would say, technology. We need more technology. It should be open technology, in contrast to all the existing metrics tools, basically. And it should be not entirely run by volunteers. So we need some sort of institutional support for these kind of things.
It's a really good practical. I'm conscious we're at time, and I want to make sure that Alice can respond.
Everybody, I think, has said what I could say, and they've said it better. So I'd just like to bring the bus back home. This has been a very lively discussion, and I thank each and everyone who has invested time in coming here. But I would like to see these discussions continued in Mexico City between the 15th and the 17th of January for the Wikimedia Libraries Convention at Colmex. The call for proposals is out, and it will end on the 15th of September. And the call for scholarships is also out. It will end on the 31st of August. It will be a great space for us to continue these conversations.
Thank you. Good plug. So yeah, just to close, so you've got access to the slides. I think there's a really good practical idea that we can take out of this, with the idea of how do we actually make that data about views and use of published materials clearer. I think conversation about how can we, collaboration as a way of actually building up community, helping people feel less alone and less powerless. I think practical infrastructures we've talked plenty about, and obviously we've got one very good example with that of sharing data more openly with publishers, getting them to actually see the value, getting them, because you only treasure what you can measure. And then obviously the work around legislation and building together that sort of duocracy with the evidence, with the experience that people in the research centre sector can bring. I'm going to stop because I'm kind of surprised no one's thrown us out yet. But it doesn't flash at you. In other places, like the number gets bigger and it flashes threateningly at you. Thank you very much to everyone for your questions, for your time, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello, folks. Welcome. This is the dashboard tricks and tips session. So my plan for it is to do a little bit of demo of some of the basics, and then the rest of it will be kind of up to y'all of what you'd like to either talk about or hear from me or answer questions that you have about the dashboard or whatever else that I can try to help with. So without further ado, who here has used the dashboard before? And who here has not used the dashboard but is interested in doing so? Great. So for the sake of the people who are brand new to it, I'll just demo a couple of the very basics to sort of give a little quick overview of what it can do and what it's for. So the dashboard is a tool that we built at Wiki Education for our programs for keeping track of students in our classroom program. But since then, it's kind of evolved into a beast that does a lot of different things for a lot of different people. And the gist of it is that you set up an event like this one here, and you specify the time period that it's happening and which wikis it's happening on, and which editors are participating, which you can either add the editors or send out a link so that they can join the event themselves. And then it will track the contributions that they're making on Wikipedia and other wikis, so that you can get sort of some of this high-level statistics about how much they added, detailed statistics about the kinds of edits they were making on Wikidata, for example, or in the main space of a particular wiki, or whatever other specific namespaces that you choose to track. And then you'll get a list of the articles that folks edited, with some tools for kind of digging into seeing exactly what they did. And you get the sort of list of all of the participants and how much they've added to each article. That's kind of the core gist of it. So I will demo creating a new event really quick here. So if you log in using your Wikipedia account, you can create an independent program, and that's the quickest way to get started. And if you've done this before, like I have, you'll also have the opportunity to clone one of your previous programs so you can just reuse the settings for it. But you'll get a choice of a basic program or editathon or an article scoped program. And so this is the kind of key choice to make at the beginning of, do you want to try to track all of the edits that are happening, or are there a specific set of articles that you care about where you only want to track those? Now, if that's the case, then you choose an article scoped program, and then you'll be prompted to configure, hey, what are the articles that I care about that I only want to track edits to those? And if you choose one of the other types, the dashboard will attempt to just keep track of any edits that people are making on the wikis that you chose to track. So for the purpose of this example, I'll set up an article scope program, and I will put in a quick title here. And we'll say that this is based on English Wikipedia, but we'll say we also want to track French Wikipedia, and so, or French wiki books, perhaps. So we'll add that, and we'll add a quick lorem ipsum description here. And another choice that you'll have is whether to make it a private program, which means that basically only you as the creator of it will be able to load the page in the first place. So in most cases, that's not what you want to do. But if it's an event where the fact of participating in it is sensitive, and you don't want to sort of out people who were participating in your event, you can choose that option. The downside of that is that you'll have to basically manually add all their usernames yourself, because they won't be able to access the page to join it in the first place. So once you've gotten that far, oh, wait, I have my Zoom thing covering up my controls here a little bit. That's okay. I'll move it around as I go. So you'll configure the date. So we'll say we want it to start yesterday and go through next week. And you can optionally set some other dates in terms of like when exactly your event is happening if it's in person, but those don't affect the tracking and statistics. And then because I chose an article scope program, I'm presented with some of the options that I can use to configure the scope of it. So I can add a category, and then it will basically look at all of the articles that are in that category on Wikipedia, and those will be the ones that it will track edits to. Or I can use a template. So if there's a wiki project template, for example, you want to track all of the wiki project Polish history articles, then you might find the template for that on the wiki that you're tracking, and that would be on the talk page of all of the articles that you care about, so you could add that template. You can also use the tools PagePile or PetScan, if you're familiar with those, which are sort of quite sophisticated tools that you can get more fine-grained queries to get the set of articles that you care about. You can also actually just continue on without doing any of those things. And in the current state, because I haven't configured any articles, you'll never see any edits that show up here because there's nothing that is in the scope of this program. But I, as a participant, or you as the organizer, can either assign articles to individuals, or you can go to the Articles tab and add available articles, and that will also contribute to the scope. So if you want to individually, one by one, specify the articles you care about, I always use selfie as the example for all of whenever I do a demo. So I'll add that article. So now this will try to track any edits only to the article selfie, but I could add many more and use a combination of these other tools as well, categories, PetScan, to narrow down the set of articles or add to the set of articles I want to track. So once you do that, you'll also see this enrollment URL, which you can send around, and then that will let people join the event. Or you can add people directly from the Editors tab, add, remove editors. So I will add one of my accounts here. And now I've shown up on the list here, and I'll be part of the set of edits that gets tracked. I'll pause here because Peter has a question.
I have a quick question because I use the tool, and I was thinking about the feature, maybe it's already there. Can we have like automatically add any article that one of our students edits to this?
There's not currently a way to do that, except that if you don't use an article scoped program, then it will just track all of the edits that are made by any of the participating editors.
Okay, thank you.
There are some other features that are sort of more esoteric, which I will briefly demonstrate here. So one of the features that we use for Wiki Education's programs, which are university courses in most cases, is we have a timeline of sort of week-by-week activities. And you can actually enable that feature on Programs and Events dashboard as well. So you enter the edit details, and I just demoed the timeline enabled. If I set that to yes, then now I get this new timeline tab where I can, week by week, add the set of things that I want to happen that week. And I have to make some configuration changes to specify when the timeline is happening as well, if I want that to work. But once I've done that, I can add content here. So I can add arbitrary content. This week, we're going to do our research. And maybe the next week, we'll do something else. And then you can also assign training modules. So there's a set of training modules that are translatable and that are available. Some of them cover the basics of Wikipedia that are good for newcomers. Others are more specialized. Some people have added various training modules that are specific to the programs that they're interested in, and it's possible to add new ones. We're actually working on a way to make it easier so that you can actually add new training content right from the dashboard. That's a summer project that I have an intern working on, but it's not quite ready yet. But you can build out a timeline week by week like this and sort of specify the exact activities that you want if you want to use it more like a course management system. That's not usually the way that most people use Programs and Events dashboard, but it is an option. One other very commonly used thing is enable account requests. So if you do this, then if someone runs into the problem where they're trying to create an account for the first time, but you're having a live edit-a-thon, you're likely to run into the IP limit where you can't create any more accounts from that IP. And so if you have that problem, if you use this enable account requests feature, then whenever a user follows that enrollment link, they will have the option of requesting a username, and so they'll put in their email address and their desired username. It will check if that's available, and then put it into a queue, and then you as an organizer will be able to see a little alert that says, hey, someone for your event requested an account, and you can approve it. So there's no current requested accounts in the system, but if there were, I could approve it from here, and it would fall back to creating the account from the dashboard's IP, and so that would get around the IP address limit that you typically face with that sort of thing. So that's a handy feature if you're running live in-person events that you may want to take advantage of. And if you do that feature, then as soon as you approve the account, then it will go through MediaWiki to create the account and send the user an email with their temporary password, and then also at the same time add them as a user to the event.
Can you do this for all types of events, or just for
You can do this for all types of events, yes. I guess one of the other things that I wanted to show off briefly here is the article viewer, perhaps. So here's an example of an article that a participant in one of these events created, and not for all languages, but for many, we have authorship highlighting support. So if you're familiar with the Who Wrote It tool, this uses the same data so that you can see within this article which parts of it were contributed by which participants in the event. So that's especially handy for classrooms, but it's also actually pretty nice for any time you're collaborating on an article. There's some other statistics as well if you want to see sort of the view counts for how many times has that article been viewed since it's been edited. The dashboard tries to keep track of that in an approximate way, and you can click through and see the full details on the page views tool just to see, hey, this article, how much is it being viewed? There are also some quite useful tools from the Home tab here. If you scroll down below the details, download stats is a highly good to know section where you can download CSV data with many of the details of what went on. So if you have data needs that are not easily met by the actual web interface, in some cases you can get what you need from here. Whenever you any event that is live in the system will be part of one or more campaigns. And so if you're running mini events and you want to actually not just see the data for that event, but you want to aggregate it across many events, you can create your own campaign to do this. And so here is an example that has 4 different programs that have been run. And so you get sort of the roll-up stats for all of your campaign. And that pretty much brings me to the end of the things that I wanted to demo. So I'd like to open it up to any questions y'all have.
I'm going to use the fact that you have our dashboard open to actually ask you a problem that we've been facing, which is I haven't been able to see our Wikisource edits. I don't know why, but I feel like when I try to look on the projects, on the edits, I cannot seem to find on the general one, Wikitoras Alex geral.
So you have Wikisource, you said?
Yes, we added as one of the tracked, but then I cannot see the individual. I don't know if it's my own incapacity, but I don't know where can I see the edits.
That is a good question. So you know there have been edits on Wikisource.
Is
that true?
Yes.
Okay. I see no tracked namespace for Wikisource, so that's why it's not going to show up on this first tab here. So you can specify individual namespaces, and that's how you get the data in this little section here.
Okay.
But without doing that, the place that you would expect to find Wikisource edits would be on the Articles tab. And so if we just try to filter this, yeah, so this is a bug that I'm not exactly sure why.
Yeah.
And if you talk with me after,
Sure.
I'll get as many details as I can about why that's happening.
Thank you so much.
There are mini bugs, and that's one of the reasons I run this session, is to collect them from you. So thank you for that.
Okay, so with my question, one of the struggles of Wikimedians is that we have so many tools doing so many things, and and I was thinking, is there a way that we can track, say, specific text hashtags in edit summaries on the programs and events dashboard? And I know we have the hashtag tool, but it would be nice if we could do all of it in one place. Yeah.
That's a great question, and it's something that's been on my radar for a couple years, as in I know that there are some people that would find it useful. There are some campaigns that make heavy use of hashtags that go in edit summaries as kind of the means of tracking participation. It's a moderately different way of sort of collecting articles and edits than what most of the framework is built around, and so it's not something that I've taken steps to try to implement, but it is definitely possible at some point. And if you want to have a conversation with me about sort of like what you would do with it and like make the case for why that's something that should be prioritized, I'm more than eager to hear you.
And I have a second question.
Yes.
The second question is on, so thinking like an organizer right now, when we organize events, we have, in this day and age, organizers are competing for the same volunteers. And so one volunteer goes for another event, they go for my event as well. And then when they edit, it pulls all their data from the other event for my event as well. Yes. Is there a way we could limit or like just have our events being picked up by the Programs and Events Dashboard tool?
So there are a couple of possible ways. There's not what I would describe as like a great way to do that, because the ways that those overlaps happen are complex. But if you're using an article scoped program, that's one way, because you'll only track the edits to the articles that you specify. The other way, if you sort of discover after the fact that this one editor is also doing a bunch of stuff that you don't care about, then one option is to untrack individual articles. So as an organizer, I have this tracked column here, and I can choose any individual article that showed up on the list, and I can say, actually, let's exclude that one. And so you can do that to as many articles as you need to sort of manually exclude some of the extraneous edits from your event. Those are the only tools that we have for it right now, and I know that that's an incomplete solution, but I'm not sure what a better solution would even look like. So if you have clear ideas about that, I'd love to hear them.
So is that only for articles or for any other namespaces as well?
This is for anything. So the way that the articles sort of listing works is that by default it will only track namespace articles. But if you have specified additional namespaces to track, as in this case, actually these are all category namespace is one that actually is being tracked here. So if there were any edits to the category namespace in this example, those would also actually show up as articles on the list, and then you could exclude those as well. So any of the edits that are contributing to these, the articles edited and like the main stats here, anything that is contributing to that should show up on the articles tab, and you can untrack.
I will bring the mic there then. Hi, Sage. Thanks for running this. I have two things. One was that there were promised some tutorials, like maybe YouTube tutorials to guide people through different functions of the dashboard. And this has been placed as a request for a really long time. I'm not sure even you are the right one to answer that. But within the edu community, this was the request, instead of us shooting our own very much tutorials, to have one which is maybe in English and then we can just subtitle it. But this is something we are missing for a really long time. So that's the first question.
Mm-hmm. So I'll start with that one. So there are some tutorials now. They're kind of spread out a little bit on Meta, but on the Meta documentation page, there should be some links to several of them. So last summer, an intern worked on several videos. So we have 2 videos in English that could be translated, and I don't want to try to find them in the middle of this presentation because I don't know off the top of my head exactly where they are. But I will point you to them.
Thanks a lot.
I would say that we could have done a better job of finding the right places for them, and documentation is always kind of I always feel underwater with it, but I know that it means a lot.
And then second question is, and that you may decide that we cover it later, but we had lately a problem because we run a campaign and then we have an archive campaign where we archive the courses which passed, so they don't show up in the year, but we can still track the history of all the things we have done. Mm-hmm. And even I add my colleagues to be organizers as well, or they are able to be to be responsible for the campaign. They are not able to archive the courses themselves. Somehow there is some limit to the function. Or is there some piece we are missing? Are there different rights in the dashboard? So different people might have different rights. So you might be able to add them, but they still are not able to do the job. Is that possible?
It is possible. So there are admin rights, and then there are campaign organizer rights. In addition to any event you create, you can add campaigns too, but if you go to a campaign, for this example, thank you for, without permission, letting me show off your campaigns. In this case, we have two organizers, and so either of these users ought to be able to remove an event from this campaign. But I think the workflow would need to be, let me think. So, but to add a campaign to an event, like the archive campaign, a user would need to be a facilitator of that individual event. So I think...
yeah, that might be the answer.
But there's also admin rights, and so there's a process on Meta for requesting those. And if you're an admin, then you can add and remove campaigns from any of them, and so that might be appropriate for you and your staff.
Thanks. I'm bringing the mic.
You've been waiting patiently, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
You're over on my left.
Maybe.
Sorry.
I actually just wanted to respond about the hashtag and give you maybe 2 examples of where tracking a hashtag edit would be incredibly beneficial. So one, I organized with One Lib, One Ref. Yes. And so that's a giant campaign, and we want to encourage people. We've actually found that lots of people do edits, but they forget to add themselves to the dashboard. Yeah. This is a really frequent thing. So if we could actually kind of isolate that, a lot of people have talked about, if they had just known and things like that. The second major thing is that hashtag edits are really powerful in terms of the kind of history of multi-year campaigns. Mm-hmm. So again, art and feminism is something I organize over the years. And so often when we do the introduction and show people and kind of trying to get them involved in the edit-a-thon, to be able to show them articles that have multi-year edits, and I look at the histories and I show them, and we do use that sometimes. And so again, to be able to kind of pull that into the dashboard, people get very, when they figure out that every single edit is going to be seen in the dashboard, because we usually don't scope articles, we kind of leave it quite open. I have to go in and kind of take off people's edits, because what we find is somebody edits at the edit-a-thon their favorite artist, and then they go home and they edit their favorite Korean pop article, and they get embarrassed by that. And they shouldn't be. That's fine. But just again, that scoping would be really beneficial. So there's my two.
Yeah. I mean, it's the kind of project that I think is probably something that an intern could tackle. And so I periodically mentor internship projects, typically several per year. And I'll definitely put that sort of in the hopper for possible projects for a future round. Absolutely. The work that I don't have to do is work that I love.
All right, then I'll go next. I have actually 4 issues I want to raise. Also, one of them is simply doubling back on the video tutorial things, which, as my research and Shani's research shows, it's a really commonly requested feature. And just looking again at the dashboard page here, I noticed we don't even seem to have a prominent help button. Yes, there's documentation. I kind of know it means the same thing, but overall, and this is a general failing, I think, of the wiki interface. We are not doing a great job, of telling people how to do things. We design cool tools, many tools, like it was said, and we don't really tell people that they exist, where to find them, and so on. So this is something that, I'll just stress, we really need those video tutorials, and we need them prominently displayed, help on various pages, click there, watch the video how to use this dashboard feature, both for instructors and students. So that's just me doubling again back on what I think is an extremely important point. We need videos because that's what people like.
Can I stop you there? I'll answer the... So regarding the help button, I take your point. The dashboard actually has a built-in Get Help button that we use on the Wiki Education dashboard that is hooked into basically creating a ticket for our staff to respond to each time that happens. But it's well beyond my capacity to be fielding those kinds of help requests, and it would take more sort of organizing of people to be a team to respond to those help requests in order for it to make sense to enable on Programs and Events dashboard. If there is momentum to do that and people want to try to take that work on, I'm happy to move in that direction. But the maintenance side of actually dealing with that and the way that it's configured to work is currently not something that I could enable on Programs and Events dashboard.
All right. The 3 other things I mentioned will be 2 are kind of feature requests based on what I think I would like to see in the dashboard. And the last one is, I'm going to repeat something you said, because I think you said something very cool. You demonstrate a cool tool, but you haven't stressed it enough. And I think some people here may not know it. But first, my 2 requests. One of them, I often run into the situation where my students interact with members of the community, and the members do not know that they are students, because students don't often describe this on their user page. I'm going to add this as an activity, but what I was wondering is maybe the dashboard could have an either automatic or one-click option for students to click here, and if you enable this option, each time you edit a new wiki, you will have an automatically created, user page with a notice that you are a student in this course. Because again, I really often run into this. People said this person is making some trouble or not, they may need help, and then I come, hey, I am their student, professor, and they say, oh, we didn't know, because there's nothing in the system telling them that this person is a student in the course. So this is number 1 requested feature from me. Number 2 is, I think unless you missed it at the beginning, or I missed it, there is the image section on the dashboard where we can see uploads, I think it's called, where we can see the images students are uploading, which is a nice nifty thing that I said that is worth knowing about. But I think it's a bit under functional. The 2 things that are missing there is, 1, I would personally like to see information if an uploaded image is categorized or not, because I commonly tell my students to categorize images they upload, and most of them don't do this, and I would like to feel I would like to know from this which images have categories. And the second thing is, I would also like to know which images are nominated for deletion, because that happens, and preferably be able to receive alerts through the system whenever image my student uploaded is nominated for deletion. So this is my second requested feature, make this upload section a bit more informative. And then just the last thing I mentioned that you demonstrated, but I think maybe some people may want to hear about it more. You mentioned modules when you're talking about the time schedule and you briefly show people that they are modules, maybe it would be good to simply tell people a bit more about the modules and how they can be added, because they are extremely useful, and it's possible some people here may not know about them, and this is like awesome tool you guys made.
Sure.
That's it for me.
Thank you. So regarding uploads, I hear you. That's one of the early features that I built, and it requires some major updates to make it better and more in line with the rest of the architecture. And it's something that at Wiki Education we've sort of not prioritized recently, but it's definitely something in the long run I would love to make some real improvements to the way that it handles uploads. And I have a bunch of ideas that overlap with some of the things that you just mentioned. With the modules, if you go to training from the dashboard main menu, you can see sort of the index of all of the modules that exist. The way that these currently work in terms of, from the perspective of if you are interested in creating this kind of content, is that most of the content lives on Meta. So on the one hand, it's tedious to configure. You have to go through some steps of creating special JSON pages to list all of the pages that are going to be part of your module and configure it like that. On the other hand, if you are going through a module and you want to translate it, it's relatively straightforward to do so by clicking the wiki source link at the bottom, and then you can translate it on Meta using the standard translation infrastructure on Meta. And so because of that, if I am on the dashboard and I change my language to a different one that has translations, it will immediately show me the translated version of that training content. But I think I mentioned briefly, I have an intern right now working on making it possible to create and edit the structure of a training module from the dashboard itself, so that the content itself of each individual slide will live on Meta the same way it does now, but being able to sort of compose one will be easy without having to deal with the kind of really confusing parts of doing that on Wiki right now. So I would say for people that are interested in creating training module content, I would wait a couple months and then reach out to me and I'll show you how to do it.
Okay, so 2 more questions. For the help thingy that the gentleman mentioned, I just wanted to rehash that. I think it's very important. And I think in as much as we don't have an intended fix for the programs and events dashboard, maybe an interim fix could be having the help button connect to some Meta pages that have documentation around the programs and events dashboard, maybe with some videos as mentioned, to allow people who want to use it. And then maybe in the long term, think about a community of practice that would be helping with that. But maybe for the interim, just connect it to some pieces of documentation that you already have. And then the last thing I wanted to ask was, do you have a limit on the account creation? Because I think on the normal wikis, there is a limit, even if you want to create an account. So is there a limit on this one?
So the way that it currently works is that if you are trying to approve an account that gets requested, the first thing that it will try to do is use your own account to create that account. And so if you happen to have account creator permissions on English Wikipedia, because it's configured to send all of them through English Wikipedia, which is not the perfect situation, but it's the easiest one with the system that we have, and it's been okay so far. So we'll first try to do that, and then if it's unable to, for example, because you've hit your limit, then it will fall back to attempting to do that using a bot account that has account creator permissions. And so essentially, there is not a limit. You can get around the 6 per day, and it's to approve them, you either have to be the organizer of that event or you have to be a dashboard admin. And so if you use this maliciously, then you'll probably get blocked on Wikipedia because it'll be traceable to your account that was the one that was creating them through that event. But fortunately, we haven't had any abuse problems with that yet, and if we do, we can deal with it.
If I may ask, I've used the tool with Danish students and I've translated it and I just love it. But I also, perhaps out of vanity, would like to ask the domain name. I think this tool earns a better name. If it was wikiteam.org, I think it would show even more love to the tool. Have you considered any other domain, or at least wiki.org for any wiki.edu.org for everyone in the world?
Yes, is the answer. Have I considered it? That's one of the requests that actually came up very early in the lifetime of this project, we did a little bit of sort of public brainstorming of what the name might be, but one of the sort of limitations, which could probably be overcome with enough pushing of the right people, is that because it's hosted on Wikimedia Cloud, we can't easily assign it to a domain that's outside of Wikimedia Cloud or wmflabs.org. It is certainly possible to run the same, like we could be running it outside of Wikimedia infrastructure, as Wiki Education does with our dashboard, which is on dashboard.wikiedu.org. And we explored actually the possibility of sort of doing this in a way where we could spin up many like independent dashboards for whoever wanted them. It's sort of like, it was a little bit bigger lift than we were able to like pull off. So we explored it, but decided that we weren't ready to take that on. It's certainly possible for other orgs in the movement to spin up their own instance of it if they want a dedicated server that is going to only have their events and it's on whatever domain they want. There are no technical barriers to that. Other questions? Let's see.
Quick suggestion.
Let me get the folks who haven't had a chance to speak first.
Thank you. I just have a specific question. What will be the best way to create a dashboard that records edits a day, a week?
That records edits what?
That records edits 1 day at week.
1 day out of a week?
Yeah.
Like on a weekly basis or just a single day?
Just a single day every week.
Every week.
Yeah.
That's not a feature that we have any sort of solution for at the moment. So the only way to do it would be to create a different event for each one, the way that it currently works.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a maybe quick and dirty solution to one of the issues we raised, that was raised here. How about adding a help button next to report the problem that would lead to Wikipedia, let's say, education notice board? That's a place we could direct people. They can ask for help, and it would be community managed. And adding a button with the link wouldn't be too much of a, I think, too difficult thing to do.
Well, the education notice board on English Wikipedia is not the right place for most of the events that happen on Programs and Events dashboard. It would certainly be easy to add another link here, but the documentation and the report a problem links are sort of the main ones that currently function to send people towards places where they can try to get help. It would also be possible to rename those pretty easily, but I'm not sure if there's a perfect solution to it that I can think of at the moment. Other questions? Anything that you want to explore? Well, we have 11 seconds left, so that's perfect timing. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for coming and for joining this session. It will be provided by us, like the Hub employees, like me, Tony Istovsky, and Barbara Klein. It will be focused on how to build a hub, or like how to start the hub, and with all of these operational activities that we are doing in the C Hub for 2 years now, with the grants that we are getting from the Wikimedia foundations, but from our perspective, like from the staff perspective. And it will be very operational, not focused on the strategic things that also it is important when you're building a hub. And we will get through like some of the topics that it is important from our side, like how to build that.
Yes, thank you, Tony, and thank you everyone for joining this session. So as Tony said, we have to switch it here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's about building a hub, and really from our perspective, staff perspective. So how we see things and what was happening when, and what had which kind of importance for us. So there are several things that we would like to talk about. First being HR processes, as you can, human relations, it's employment of staff members, first one, second one, and so on. Then the second thing that we would like to discuss is building relationship between us, staff members, and communities or affiliates. So basically communities that we are serving in the region. Then it's about our activities, implementation, our relationship and relations with steering committee members, and the last thing being us as a hub and Wikimedia Foundation. So these are the things that we will be covering. And the first one, employment process. So briefly, it all started from there was an interim steering committee, and they had to decide what kind of qualities they want in their first staff member. And they had to make job description and do the recruitment. When this recruitment was done, there was onboarding, which is extremely important part of this process, because no matter if you are recruiting someone from outside the movement or someone that is already part of your community or even employee of some of the affiliates or communities, it would be very important to onboard this person, because without this process, it really doesn't make sense. It's something crucial to establish also relationships in the team, and also to understand who is doing what and who will be supervising that person. So employment in itself, it's not the end of the process. Then evaluation is the continuation of that process, and closely monitoring and talking about the progress. So I mentioned job descriptions, I mentioned onboarding, and as it happened with the first employee, then the same process continued when deciding about the second one. It's always when extending the team, it's not good to do like a big expansion. So like, well, at least in our case, because there are not many people who are able to supervise this. So it's good to do it step by step. So when we were thinking about or knowing that we would be employing second employee and that Tony became that employee, we were also looking what kind of qualities are we missing, what's something that I have and that I'm not, that I'm lacking, what we need to have more in the team. And that's how also next job description was created, and Tony got this job. I will not focus on our employees, 4 employees that we have now, because in this case, they are focused specifically on communities, Greek, Cypriot, Moldova, and Romania. And in that case, we had to work closely with communities and user groups that we wanted to support. And together with them, we were deciding what they find important and which employees they want. Okay.
Yep. So that also the next very important thing to do, like when you are forming a hub, is getting to know your community. So as you know, CE Hub, Central and Eastern European Hub, it's a regional hub. So we started to get to know our communities, and we're dealing with various communities. So some of them are like pretty big chapters, as Wikimedia Polska, Wikimedia Czech Republic, but some of them are very unorganized, like even individuals. So we don't have like any major groups in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, an example, or Lithuania. So it was necessary to start for us when we started with Barbara to create even a contact list. We had some of them as a contacts from the steering committee members and from other sources, but for us it was very tough at some points to organize some meetings with almost every community from the CE region, and that was including having first contacts, first online meetings with them, and we noticed that when we started and we had that meetings with them, it is not just asking questions from them, but just hearing them, what they're doing, what they're missing, and I'm joking that me and Barbara sometimes we're just a help desk or just a hearing clinic for them, here in the hub. It is not we're helping to them to every problem that they had, but just to be heard from somebody, and it's very important for them. Also, we are having this. We're trying to have these conversations regularly with them, not just with online meetings, but also with various communication channels. And now, after 2 years, I can even proudly say that when we are having another discussions or online meetings with them, we are receiving concrete requests from them. It is not just talking with them now, but it's more interactions between us as staff members and communities from other sides. Also, it's very important to say that when the hub is formed, and that hub can be formed in our example, from the steering committee members or dedicated volunteers who dedicate their time to build that hub, to have that idea in the first place, and they have in mind maybe something different. So for us, when I started, and I started last year in February, and Barbara started in November, December, 2022, after the CE meeting in Ohrid, it was they had some list of activities that they wanted to do, during the period of when they formed the CE Hub. But we found after we talked that after we talked with the communities, we noticed that some of these activities cannot be be focused at that time. So we decided to organize the meeting, in-person meeting, along with the steering committee and us as staff members in Zagreb previous year, 2023. And to restructure the activities. So during that meeting, during that in-person meeting, we spoke a lot how to make changes in this plan. So that is our message to everyone. It is that you will have that conversation with the communities. So you will adjust to these new changes that they want to see from you as a hub. And it is I mentioned during the opening of this session that we will talk much more operational, and that is not the same with the strategic goals that they had in the first. So these dedicated volunteers that I mentioned, and the interim steering committee and then steering committee members, had something differently, like maybe even higher goals that they want to achieve with the CE Hub, but they may be long-term goals. So we need to adjust and to direct into something concrete, something operational, something that staff members can do it and can achieve in a certain period of time. So we need to split these activities into smaller pieces so that we can do like in that period of time. And I think we achieved very much of that. And during this year, like year 3 of the CE Hub, we on example this year we have like even KPIs, like a key performance index, metrics, and we are following quite closely what we are doing with quantity, and we can follow like which activities we are doing now, and what is missing, what is delayed, and we are making evaluation on the 6 months period of time, and we are still adjusting our programs if needed.
So the next topic. So as we mentioned, we have it's 2 of us. If we disregard support for communities, so there are 2 staff members. We have 10 dedicated steering committee members. 2 of them are even here today, and this all Bottoni mentioned, so that means our contacting communities, our readjusting activities, adapting them to reality, that all took time. That didn't happen overnight. I'm talking here about many months, even more than a year. These are some things, especially relationships building, that really take time. So also in this regard, with steering committee members, it's not something that happened overnight, that every one of us knew exactly what the other one is doing and how things should look. From the first year, we had this set of activities, and Tony and I were doing from the operational side the best we can to implement what was asked from us or what we together agreed in the end. But when it comes down to practice, it's also about steering committee members adjusting to this reality and also taking ownership and being also together with us responsible, because they're the ones who are steering Central and Eastern European Hub. So I can say that from one rather chaotic situation in the beginning, where we had 10 people who are very enthusiastic, eager, they want to supervise everything, and they want to follow up all meetings, which is not realistic because that's not their full-time job. We managed, together with Clara, she's our HR, she's responsible for HR in the steering committee, but together with her, we were able to give more structure to this process, and that means that we were able to make subgroups or working groups, and that means that each steering committee member could sign up and decide which topics of interest does he or she have. And that means that you as a steering committee member cannot follow everything what is happening from programmatic communications, administration, but you are rather responsible, more responsible to some. And obviously, you can take part in as many as possible these working groups, but still, when it comes to some concrete meetings and preparation work, only few steering committee members, which can be accompanied by interested people from the region or outside, are responsible. So yes, it was really important to have these clear roles and responsibility. And then what was also mentioned previously, to have regular evaluations on half-year basis to see what is, well, how do we feel, how does steering committee feel about our performance, how this all is, how everything is progressing. And the final point, our communication and relationship Wikimedia Foundation. As you know, CE Hub is financed by Wikimedia Foundation, and that means that they are the ones who are granting this money to us. It was very important from very beginning of the implementation of the grant and project of the hub project implementation, to have regular communication with Wikimedia Foundation staff members, to be able to share with them what we are doing, what is working, what is not working, because they are the ones in the end who are approving our reallocations when something is, when we want to make changes in the budget, that also have to approve our activities and implementation. That also wasn't happening from the beginning like super smoothly, because it took time for us to adjust to one another. Although we have monthly meetings, we are not the only thing that Wikimedia Foundation staff is taking care of. So I would say that it's really a process that takes year and a half if you want to establish like regular, good functioning relationship in which you are able to follow each other in a proper way and then comment on things. And even in this established communication, when it came to applying for the next grant for our second year, and everything was decided who has to do when, for us it was still not completely clear when we will even know that our second year grant is approved. So I would say that apart from everything what was mentioned, this communication and clear, clear verbalization of what has to be done from both sides, from the institution that is giving you money, and in our case, the WMF, is very important. Yeah, we walked you through all what we, from our perspective, found important, and we wanted to give you time to ask us questions. Nice ones or less nice ones.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. My name is Douglas from the East African Regional and Thematic Hub. Yes, please. Yeah, so my question would be on how did you get any support from the community members, from the affiliates in the region that have staff? Like, I know like CE is composed of over 21 or more entities, but then in those roles, the members that are part of CEE Hub, is there a way that they played a role in assisting you in those tasks as staff members? Because I know some affiliates in the region, in CEE, might have full-time staff, so probably they might be donating their time or something like that. Was that something that you considered?
Yeah, so for us that was very important part, especially the fact that few of our steering committee members are also employees of some of those affiliates from the region, and they were able to dedicate their, well, most important resource is time, and also their energy to help with establishing of things. So I can mention here Clara, she's employee in Czech Republic. She was from the very beginning very involved with several working groups and areas, but also others who are not maybe part of the steering committee, but are employees in the region, we were able to get their support. And it's not that others who are volunteers were not there for us, on the contrary, in a big way, yes. But still, those who are employed, well, they are employed then full-time, and they were able to dedicate more time. So that was one important part also to get this support.
Yeah, I have a question. So how challenging was it to reach out to, let's say, underdeveloped communities in order to like make them alive, make them, let's say, more developed? What challenges did you face in order to, for example, if there are some other hubs or representative of hubs around here that want to know what to pay attention to most when contacting some communities that are still just language communities that want to get up to at least like a user group? Thank you.
I can offer the answer to that because like for us, like it was a Lithuanian community. It was the hardest one to be like contacted, to get like somebody who is from there, and we are still struggling with that country. But I get even to the like editors level, so I get reviewed like who edits on Lithuanian Wikipedia, and like I followed their edits, and I contacted their like one of the admins, and he offered us like, because at the beginning we had like these questions like to get answers from the communities, and he was in some contacts with us, but it was hard. Like, so if that community is not it doesn't have any user group and doesn't have any like Wikimedia activities, if it is only focused on Wikipedia projects like Wikidata or Wikimedia Commons, so it will be very hard. But we are still in some kind of contact with them, but it is hard. So, and my advice will be even to focus on the editors if you don't have any other contacts.
And just like a little addition to this, also Cyprus is a good example, because when we started, there was no user group there. We didn't even have any contact, or we had one, no feedback, and then we tried again. Then we found out another person, and then it clicked. It also was about us not stopping but trying. And then when we made connections to Anna from Cyprus, it just started rolling. We helped with Rapid Grant, and then she gathered a few people, and they started cooperating from both sides of Ireland. And well, now they're a recognized user group. So I think it's also about timing. I mean. Yeah, but it's about timing. It could have really gone different. It could have also happened that no one there reacted, or there was no one at this point in time. There is no like really universal recipe, but you have to really invest a lot of time and energy in these personal connections and reaching out. What Tony said, from editor level to who knows whom, Telegram group, emails, well, without harassing people, but still,
be persistent.
Yeah, be persistent, and even like, okay, you don't take no in this personal way. You are just you try more and you hope for the best.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Patricia from Wikimedia Chile. How do you manage to not overlap your executive task and the executive task that other staff members have in the different affiliates that conform your hub?
We're quite different. So like they're focused on the national level, and only we're coordinating with them if we want to organize or not organize but support some regional campaign. An example, if this year we supported International Roma Day, and that campaign is organized primarily by the Wikimedia Serbia employees, so we will in contact with them even from the start. Employees, staff members of the affiliates is doing much more I would say national level, within their communities and within their affiliates, but we are doing quite on the regional level, cross-regional level, and we don't have overlap so far.
Yeah, perfect. We don't have overlaps, but this, what Tony said, always checking in, communication, checking in. We are doing this, we are organizing this learning session. Do you have someone that you want to include in that? Do you want to recommend something? And regular communication.
Cornelius, hi. I just wanted to know, you didn't mention the CE meeting at all, I think, during your presentation. Could you describe your relationship between the hub and the CE meeting, what you do and what you don't do around the CE meeting? Logistics/program.
Yeah, I can start at least, because it could be a longer conversation that we can continue. So when we started, the situation around CE meeting was that there was no process established even around bidding or who is the next host. So when I was in Ohrid, I was curious about the next meeting, and I asked, Hen knows this also well, I asked okay, so who is the next host? And they said oh, we have this practice that when we have a last party, we ask who will be the next host, and then we're all together, and someone says, yeah, it's me. Well, I didn't come from the movement context, and I never experienced this kind of collaborative work before. For me, that was quite strange. I was used to more processes and procedures. And I said, okay, but what if there are more or several? Isn't it better to put it in some kind of order? So what we started since last year, we established a bidding process. Nothing complicated. It's just making a meta page, setting some guidelines, and asking few questions, like if you want to be host next year, to see who is interested, and then to assess if more people are interested, who would be the best candidate for that year. So last year we had 2 applications, and Istanbul was chosen. So that's this bidding-related organizational part. The other side of this is programmatic part, and also grant-related. So when it's decided who the host will be, we are able also to support that, be it community or user group, also in writing this grant application if they want. We are not forcing this. If they want to do it on their own, also no problem. When the grant is approved, okay, Wikimedia Foundation plays a role on that side, then we are also, one of us is also part of the program committee. That doesn't mean that we are deciding about the whole program, because the program committee is composed of many people from the region, but together with others, we are sitting in it and also being able to discuss what are the applications, submissions. Also, we are part of this grading process. So we have some kind of overview of the program. We are in charge of the bidding. But when it comes to the implementation on site, well, not much. We are there. Obviously, physically, we can support as much as we can. But it's then basically up to the host. Not much is, it's outside of our control.
Yep, this is the same is connected with the C Spring, like C Hub. It doesn't own C Spring and C meeting, but it is supporting them. So we're trying to do to be like that. At least that is like for now.
Yeah, I agree with Barbara. Most part is covered by the hosts, especially the infrastructure part. It's covered fully by the host. But I'm hoping that C Hub will take care on the C meeting more in future years. They will develop some procedure for hosting or for deciding how the things will work in C meeting. And like in future, it's fully get like some part of the work to the C Hub, not just to host.
I think we're running out of time. Yeah,
okay.
We don't have time.
Yeah, this is I'm asking the last question and I'm bundling it up in 3 comments. So the first one is on how does the CEE deal with some chapters that might be larger than the hub? Have you faced any challenges with chapters that are within CEE but are larger than the hub in terms of maybe the budget they're having or something like that? Then secondly, how do you deal with similar initiatives? I know like you're in touch and discussing with other hubs like Wikimedia Europe, for example. I was there in the other session. But then is this collaboration mutual, or you have a formal way of working, or otherwise? Because Wikimedia Europe is, I think it's a registered entity, but CEE is not. So how is that relationship handled? Then the last one is on, do you have plans on self-sustainability strategies as CEE?
Okay, you can cover the first one, I take the second, and then...
So on example, Wikimedia Polska has 10 employees or more, I think. I don't know how it's the current number. It is quite larger than us, but we don't have like any overlap, as I said. Like they're doing like different job roles than us, so we don't feel like any conflict with them. And about the other hubs like that you mentioned, Wikimedia Europe, they are focused much more on another topic and very specific one, advocacy, and we are focused on the regional level, supporting largely small communities in our movement and supporting other campaigns. So it is quite different also in some kind of way.
So basically, you ask also about formal support, formal cooperation. We do have regular meetings, and what we try to do during this Wikimania is also establish contacts with other hubs, and that's why we had a session or workshop/session yesterday, where we, for the first time in person, were able to meet representatives from North America, South, East, West Africa, and also ECAP, which was very valuable. But until now, we didn't have some regular meetings, but the goal is to have and to try to learn from each other and support each other as much as we can. And the third, about sustainability, That's also part of our, at least, plans and hopes. During the first year, we already went, because it was possible, there was the opportunity to apply for one external grant, which it was financing from Wikimedia Sweden. Wikimedia Sweden approached CE Hub because they needed few countries from the CE to apply for one grant application, because this institution giving money wanted to support partnerships in Baltics or for their Near East partnership. I'm finishing. So we were able to motivate or even not, well, to contact few affiliates and user groups, and we decided who would be applying for this grant, and this grant was given. So there are plans also to work on that.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I'm complete.
Just waiting for Melissa to come back. Great. So you'll have this mic, right? You'll stand here. Okay. Okay, so hello everyone, and welcome to the session on knowledge sharing advocacy, and more precisely on new paths, new ways to solve and deal with new challenges. My name is Alek Tarkowski. I'm co-director at Open Future. We're a think tank for the digital commons. I'm also on the board of Creative Commons and on the foundation board of a Polish NGO called Centrum Cyfrowe. Melissa, do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Melissa Hageman, and I am transitioning the Budapest Open Access Initiative, which first defined open access to research, into an organization which will advocate for the equitable development of open access. And I'm also a fellow with Open Future.
So this session will sort of have two parts. Part of it is information sharing. We're running a process on looking for these new paths, and we want to share. We're midway, and we want to share with you where we are, what is our current thinking, what are the outcomes. The second part is a bit more important. It treats the first part as food for thoughts, and we want to hear your ideas. I see quite a lot of faces I know, and I know you're working on similar things. You share a similar sense that we need to both talk more about shared advocacy positions, but also that there's a time where things are changing and we need to adapt. So we really want to encourage you to speak up and tell us what you think. So usually I see at Wikimania, the prompt is, does anyone have questions? Here the prompt is, does anyone have answers? Okay, keep that in mind. So what was our aim? As I said, we feel there are new challenges that impact knowledge sharing. This is, in general, at Open Future, a lot of the work we want to do. We're not saying everything needs to change, but we want to pay attention to the changes and want to understand how advocates might work together to set up new advocacy agendas. We'll be talking about the process that is currently done together by us, by BOAI, also by Spark, which is a US-based advocacy organization that has been a champion of open access. I'm sure a lot of you know about Spark, also Spark Europe. But I want to quickly mention previous work we did, which was a starting point. We did this report called Shifting Tides. It has a subtitle, The Open Movement at a Turning Point. It was based on interviews with 20 people, some of you I think are in the room, who are movement leaders but also do advocacy work. And we wanted to understand sort of how they see openness, whether it is changing. We identified in this report, we didn't get to the point where we had clear new thoughts around advocacy, but I think we had a very clear sense of this shifting terrain, this is the title. We heard in this report that there's a new need for new voices in the movement, need for new narratives that fuel advocacy, need to sometimes reconsider relevance. People were often saying, I start to have doubts whether the issues I still care about, openness, digital commons, knowledge sharing, free knowledge, in the bigger picture, do people, the other stakeholders care about them, and this worries me. And there's a need to sort of maintain our shared work. But as I said, and this is why I considered this was just preliminary, we thought we will hear more about these ideas on advocacy, they weren't there. So, and this is a good quote which I think kind of fueled our thinking. First of all, we need to be looking forward. I think we often work with relatively short agendas. Here the idea is look forward 5 years, maybe even 10, build a vision, but also this needs to be collective. So as a next step, we thought, okay, we want to drill down a bit more on advocacy. And Melissa, you will say about this process. You have a big clicker.
Thanks, Alek. So last year, I think it was like last November when Alek came to DC, Alek, Heather Joseph of Spark, and I began conversations around developing a process and a series of convenings around looking at these new challenges. So since that time, in June and July of this year, we held 3 virtual workshops looking at the challenges. And this is leading to an in-person convening that will take place next month in Lisbon. And this will be followed by a community consultation leading towards the development of shared advocacy agendas. Now, as we were beginning to try to identify and narrow down the challenges which we'd be focusing on, the overarching challenge which we are facing now is equity. And so instead of having one out of, let's say, 4 workshops focused on this, we decided to have this blended into the 3 challenges which we identified. So equity is included in all of the discussions, which we have been having around privacy and surveillance, the deployment of AI in research and education, and the platformization of research and further concentration of research infrastructures. So our first virtual workshop took place in June, and we had probably around 30 participants, and we were looking at privacy and surveillance, specifically focused on the erosion of privacy and knowledge sharing systems, and what risks this poses to academic freedom, research integrity, and equitable access to information. So there's a lot of detail in all these slides, so I won't go into each of them, but including some of the main themes that we looked at was the impact on research and education of privacy and surveillance. And here, we were concerned that the impact of privacy and surveillance on research and education, and discussed how researchers may self-censor or avoid pursuing certain lines of inquiry due to fears of surveillance and data misuse. And similarly, in educational settings, there was a fear of intrusive monitoring of technologies and data collection practices, which can stifle intellectual exploration and create a climate of distrust. So in terms of the potential solutions which we surfaced during this discussion, one was around contract negotiations and vendor selection. And here we discussed using contract negotiations to demand greater privacy protections and ethical data practices from vendors. And there was also a suggestion to advocate for incorporating ethical considerations into vendor selection processes and going beyond cost and functionality in these negotiations. So some of the key takeaways from this discussion were that all of our participants really felt there was an urgent need for collective action in a proactive approach, and that we should concentrate our strategies on mitigating risks and promoting a more equitable and privacy-respecting knowledge-sharing landscape. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alec for the AI discussions.
You can stay there if you want, and I can speak from this side. The topic of AI, by the way, I want to say I'm sort of proud that we didn't decide to do a process that was described as knowledge sharing, advocacy, and AI, because I think this is a bit of a mood we are in that often we decide this is the driving issue of today. I think it's true. So we're doing a bit of a, maybe I don't need to say it, maybe it's clear to you, but I want to highlight that I think it's important to work with other issues. It has been also helpful. Spark really has been leading some very interesting work in exploring these issues. And the ones they started with is surveillance in the academic setting, which has been helpful that we could build on that as well. So with AI and the challenges, the deployment of these technologies, again, in the spaces where knowledge sharing is relevant in the field of research and education. If you're following the debate the Wikimedia movement has been having, I assume this will not be very new. Still in the later part, we'll be curious to hear this was mainly discussed in the context of higher education, research institutions. These were the people, maybe we should have mentioned that they were mainly the experts we were discussing this with. So one of the important contexts, of course, here is scholarly publishing. And one of the key issues is the issue of possible data extraction. And as an issue that is really key to advocates who have been working on things like sharing academic journals, sharing scientific data, this suddenly becomes the big question. One of the questions, of course, is this anything new? Maybe the these practices are not just related to AI. Another issue that was obviously discussed, and this is a bit separate, sort of copyright law aspects. I think it's interesting how the AI conversation brings back some copyright discussions. After probably around 10 years where I personally thought, oh, not much to discuss, the copyright wars are finished. We, of course, still have some problems, a lot maybe, but they're very well identified. We know what work needs to be done. Here, suddenly, there's a new conversation. We heard very strong voices signaling that they think there are big limitations to how we can use copyright tools to deal with AI issues, especially issues that are sort of not copyright issues, like ethics, bias. That was signaled. I think it's a big thing that needs to be explored. Potential solutions, one is to work more on data governance. So basically, and I think this is interesting, people were saying our standard model, where we basically say, well, we would like it to be openly licensed, and that's it. We need to build upon it. There's probably more that needs to be done, and possibly even licensing itself needs to be reconsidered. And obviously, I think this is nothing new, but it's good that it's mentioned. Transparency is in general an important issue, and ethical data practices, it's not different in the field of education and research. So key takeaways, well, that we do need to address this issue. I guess that's not very, that's pretty obvious. And it was clearly seen that using the lens, as Melissa mentioned, of equity and transparency works well in this space, and also the topic of community ownership. We'll come back to it in a moment in the field of platforms, but I think this is a very interesting discussion. On one way, and again, I would be curious how this is seen from a Wikimedia perspective, where community ownership of the whole, let's call it stack, is obvious. Here we're discussing it in a context where this is not obvious. And I think it's important to say community ownership doesn't necessarily mean the same thing as non-corporate solutions. I think this is more, and we can discuss it. So the last topic was platformization. And I think the interesting thing is that by this time, in our third session, we could start to see how everything weaves together. And again, this reconfirmed the sense that we don't need to talk just about AI. I think this idea of talking about platforms is very important. Again, Spark has been doing very interesting work in this regard. Basically, their argument is the organizations, for instance, that we thought of as publishers are now becoming data platforms. The same companies are changing their tactics in a way. They're starting to reuse a different resource, not the intellectual property in the shape of, let's say, articles. That's still a big discussion, but also the data. Data, for instance, the usage of this content. In higher education, this means also data, for instance, students and academics. And these were the big questions for this session. And I think this is the session where we most strongly talked about the big topic that I think we see in big policy debates: monopoly, concentrations of power, imbalance of power. This is the session where we really felt it is demonstrated that we need to address this issue. Again, data exploitation and privacy obviously are discussed in the context of platforms, so they sort of reinforce the findings from the previous two sessions. What are potential solutions? I think there was a lot of discussion on how contracts function, contracts between academic institutions and the providers of platforms. The other very interesting topic was that the topic of infrastructure emerges. So I don't know how much you follow this. There's a growing, I think, interest in infrastructure. There's a whole discussion now on digital infrastructures, on open digital infrastructures, on public digital infrastructures. It's good to see that it's relevant for the sort of knowledge sharing community. And of the key takeaways, the last one I think was sort of most interesting to me, but I think it's a very strong line to follow: local solutions. There were strong voices basically saying that in the end, there's a big problem with the cloud and its role on the academia and on education. There was a very interesting comment that said there was a time when really it felt like academic and research institutions will be reliant on local solutions, on much smaller, much more also community-owned, and maybe we need to come back to this thinking. Wrapping up, before we open the conversation, just to reiterate and to show this process has next steps, we will have a meeting sort of to in person close up some of this conversation and to be able to propose some more precise ideas, especially on next step, on shared steps that can be taken, which will then open to community consultations, which we hope maybe you will want to take part in. And ultimately, our goal, that's going to take more steps, is really come to this idea that there's a shared advocacy agenda with organizations collaborating and leading on specific challenges, and an agenda that sort of frames these new challenges as relevant for knowledge sharing.
Thanks, Alec. So we would love, as Alec mentioned, to get your reactions to these challenges and this process, and specifically if there are other issues, other emerging challenges which you think really play a role in shaping the future of knowledge sharing, which we should also be addressing.
And maybe one thing I'll add also, we made, I think, an effort, and we succeeded in having this as a global conversation. That's one of the advantages of doing this online, that we had people. Australia was difficult due to time zones.
But we did.
But we did nevertheless, thanks to,
Fiona
brave,
Bradley joining at 11
Fiona
o'clock at
getting
night.
up, yes, staying up late. But geography also, I think we managed to bridge the gaps. But nevertheless, this is also a very international meeting. So also, if any of you want to say how this looks from your perspective, from a regional one, even if you want to reiterate these points, but give it the local flavor, that would be great. You want to go first? So you'll get a microphone. Please also maybe introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Beat Esserman from the OpenData.ch Association. You have worked on the scientific and research system, and I guess like here we are at a conference that is kind of focusing a lot also on encyclopedias, but have you also been looking at the media journalism system and how it's evolving over the past 10 years with digital transformation?
Yeah.
The quick answer is in this process not, but maybe I can return the question. Do you want to say just a bit more? I assume you've been thinking about what's your thinking?
I have always seen like the media journalism system and the research, whatever, like all the non-fiction publications of this world, like as inputs to Wikipedia and the likes, because we rely on sources, right? And if those systems are changing or are being broken, or if there's a big divide across the world, this will affect the encyclopedia system, what we kind of here tend to call like the shared knowledge space, right? So I would suggest that we really need to look at all of these input systems. Otherwise, if they break down, we'll have a problem down the road.
And I think it's also a conversation which would immediately bring the topic of disinformation, which, for instance, didn't appear here as much. But
yeah,
I think,
disinformation is a big topic here. It's like with terrorism. Like my freedom fighter is your terrorist. So it's a tricky issue, and we have to maybe be a bit more creative than so far to actually address it also in this movement.
Okay, thanks. We asked, I will admit it, at least two persons to contribute to this conversation. Maybe we can ask one of you for now to speak up. Ivan, do you want to share your thoughts? I really wanted to have your feedback, because I know in your work, you work a lot in the commons, but also you work with digital rights. So I'm curious how you see this.
Yes, thank you. I'm Ivan Martinez from Mexico. I'm a digital rights defender and a free knowledge activist. Thanks for the invitation. I think one of the first things that I'm usually sharing with other persons that are interested or persons who are stakeholders in this process, like education, like culture, like all the relation around that topics, is that the awareness and recognition of the fact that editing, promoting, spreading the word, and protecting free knowledge is a way of activism in the middle of a more imbalanced internet, because the internet is the new source of richness and concentration of power. So when you are defending or you are working projects inside this ecosystem, you are directly promoting rights and directly promoting like a island that we are now, because all the internet is taken by powers, the same powers of all the history. So one of the strategies that I actually working in Mexico is that the awareness to educational and cultural sectors that they are part of a new way of or make important or remark to them that they are part of a way of ensuring rights. For an example, I'm working closely with the librarian sector in Mexico, which is a natural ally in many countries. But I think in Mexico we have like the growing interest of librarians to work in topics of activism and advocacy, essentially. We had a discussion, a hard discussion about a new law of libraries in Mexico, which had like a first historical sentence of the Supreme Court of Mexico that talks about the importance of ensuring the right to access to education and culture through the books, for an example. So I think the librarian sector is more and more active within the vision of human rights, because many persons or key persons in the of that sectors are not exactly consciousness or not have the awareness that they are part of defending human rights too. So I think it's very important to share and transmit, in fact, to Wikimedians that they are in the middle of a battle that is winning the persons in front of us that are organized and are working closely to close the knowledge, essentially.
I'd add another challenge I see is the sustainability of the people who are really doing advocacy on behalf of this movement, particularly in terms of age. I know when we had a wiki advocacy meetup in Santiago this year, I think the average age of the room was 35 and up, which is obviously not a bad thing. These are all people who come with a lot of expertise, yes. But how are you going to get people who are 20 or students or even younger to start talking to librarians about the future of the open movement? How are you going to get them interested in contract negotiations and these things that really matter?
Just to address that, labor was one of the issues that we had flagged as well. That cuts across many of these, and we have discussed continuing the virtual workshops, and labor may be one that we take up. So thank you.
I just wanted to continue to your point, actually, because I agree that actually bringing new generation is an issue, but exactly at the same time, we also discussed during that meeting that actually keeping people with experience, because we also saw gaps in terms of like growing into the role, having more experience, and so we don't manage to get young people to have the confidence to come into that movement, which is really difficult in advocacy, to build confidence and knowledge. But we also have difficulties of keeping people with that specific expertise that are for professional development, or sometimes, honestly, financial aspect, are going to another position in one of the GAFAM, which is also an issue because, for instance, in the chapters in Europe, we either don't have policy position or we can only fund the junior positions, and we cannot manage middle professionals to come in those positions, or even more experienced senior professionals.
Yeah, thank you. I would maybe suggest to reframe the challenge a bit. Like, it's not just getting young people, but we need to get the dialogue going between generations of advocates and make sure that this whole know-how transfer goes back and forth. We're now next year approaching WSIS plus 20. And I'm trying now to reach out to the old dinosaurs who actually moderated this stuff on behalf of civil society 20 years ago. And I think it would be hugely helpful to actually have their insights into the power plays of the time, and then maybe the power plays that has been going on the past 20 years to kind of understand. And also in the copyright area, it's the same thing, like how this debate moved from one organization to the next, and how this affected strategies that could work, could not work. If you just bring in new people with like idealistic ideas, that's not enough.
Let's have Maya first, and then I think Maya was first, and then we'll hand it to Maya.
I think to add to that, I think it's not. Oh yes, my name. Maja Drabczyk, and I'm from Warsaw Centrum Cyfrowe. So we're in Think and Do Thank that Alec mentioned before. So yes, we are connected. But to add to that, I think it's not only about young voices. I agree very much with that, but I think it's also about voices of researchers and academics themselves, because now we are discussing how to speak on their behalf, and we need them to speak on their own behalf and share their stories, because if you're talking to policymakers, I think what they really get is a personal story. It's a story of a researcher who said, sorry, I couldn't do my research. I wanted to do it in a cross-border context. It was impossible because of the privacy issues, especially if you go beyond, in our context, because beyond the EU, and GDPR, copyright, impossible. This is my story. We are now finishing a Centrum on behalf of Knowledge Rights 21. That's another entity and a project focusing on right to knowledge and sharing of knowledge. And we've talked to more than 40 researchers, European researchers and academics. And exactly, they want to have cross-border, the ability to do their research in a cross-border context. But other thing that they mentioned, that they don't want to deal with all the advocacy questions, they don't want to deal with the copyright questions, they just want to do the research. So I think one of the biggest challenges for us in this room here is how to persuade them to be more active and really speak up and have them say in the conversation. So change the mindset.
And I think this is very interesting what all of you are saying. If we put together, for instance, what you Maya said and what Yuziski said is, on one hand, I always feel it was already hard to talk with for instance, researchers about copyright. And we took all this time to train them. I recently had this experience. I was working with on educational resource about AI with an amazing Polish teacher who told me that over, let's say, 5 to 10 years, she became she feels good copyright expert, and she's able to advise other teachers and feels really confident. And at the moment she started feeling confident on what she thought it's a key issue, so it was moved a bit aside. And now she has to understand how generative models work, what's bias, ethics, and she said that it's overwhelming. So I feel the challenge is that this complicates the picture really a lot. We're suddenly not working on one issue, but 3 or 4. So I hope maybe, Ivan, you can say a bit more in a moment, like how do you deal with all these issues? But then I think maybe the new generations bring this advantage. Maybe they see it differently. I think it's not just we need younger people, but maybe they will bring a different perspective, I hope. And skills. And then skills, yeah. Please go ahead then.
Well, I could continue from this. I'm Tove. Yes, I'm Tove Örsted from Avanglam, Finland, Helsinki. It's also where you come from, where you are, and how far you come in openness. I think what you're doing now comes in a really, really good time for many countries around the world. But in a place where Finland, where openness has always been like like open as default kind of country. And 10, 15 years ago, we went really far with open culture. And so we relaxed. And now we see that economic situation, political situation, new technologies like AI makes these cultural institutions aware and worried and skeptic. And suddenly we are moving backwards. So we have to take up the fight again. So yes, this is also...
Absolutely agree with what you said. What I have like a strategy in Mexico where we have the worst copyright law in the world, I think, 100 years, is that first for the younger people is have like a strategy of translation of the legal vocabulary to make understandable that I think is one of the key tasks that Commons is doing, Creative Commons is doing. And I think we need to insist in simplify all the legal matters to be very understandable to the young people. But young people arrives to a world that all the things are built, you know. So for talk with young people or reach young people, like a strategy, we talk with elder people of the institutions, like especially the lawyers, because they grow in a world that it's no, absolutely no. You can do anything. You have forbidden everything. That's the mindset of the elder people in at least in the biggest university of Mexico. I worked closely with them to make a mega project around licensing, free open licensing. And the crucial work there was talk with elder people who not understand any word about rights, because they grew up in a world without rights essentially, and they understand that the value of the openness from a perspective not dogmatic, and we achieve it. The main repository of UNAM, which is the largest university in Mexico, was changed to Creative Commons license. Near to 500,000 of files was changed automatically because the decision of one close elder people group. So I think in the future, the young people that arrives to make research and investigation in human, and you will find a more open database. I think it's a future that it's very very exciting.
Yeah, my name is Douglas from the user group in Uganda. I also represent the East African Region and Thematic Hub. So my submission to this is on the emerging issues. So what I foresee is integration, because AI is new, it's coming up with its own standards. But since you say this session is about providing answers, I think what we can do is maybe stick to what has worked well for us across the board. And by across the board, I mean across the different players in the area, because I know you've mentioned quite a number of organizations that you represent. So if we are able to stick to what has worked well for us, if it's reliable data sources, then we stick to that. And then at the point of integration, we can as well stick to that, like let's have AI tools have such and such policies or procedures that have worked well for us. So that is what I would submit. And then as far as, I have also an interest in youth and sustainability. So if we can be able to maybe open up and have open discussions about this, then we can be able to have an advocacy mechanisms. But then by open discussions, I mean, I can just give an example from the experience that I've had here. So we've had an advocacy by the CEE Youth, CEE Youth Group, yeah? So there has been open discussions about that, and we realized that if this has happened openly, then you can be able to connect with other initiatives that are happening, like across the different areas in the movement. So if we can keep the discussions open, we can be able to openly share and see what can be integrated in one way or the other as far as advocacy efforts are concerned. Integrated or even customized with different contexts. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rebecca from Creative Commons. But prior to Creative Commons, I actually worked for a national library consortia in Canada. So would do sort of the buying on behalf of all the academic libraries with the large vendors. And one thing I just want to add to the conversation about working with the vendors is that I think in a large part the librarians are bought in, but then the vendors go directly to senior administrators at the university, and they just bypass the librarians and then aim to work with those senior administrators. So it really is about that storytelling and that narrative and coming up with a set of principles so that it can be shared throughout the institution in terms of making those decisions on content. Because what's going to happen next is, I think we already saw it, Taylor and Francis has sold their library to Microsoft for AI use. That's going to keep happening, and we will lose some kind of access to it. And I'm quite concerned, I think, from the Creative Commons perspective about stuff not being in the commons, because folks will get scared of openly licensing their work because they just don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I think we need to consider quite carefully the different ways that we can make it safe and comfortable for people to continue to openly license their work, and then have a sense of what's going to happen. So we're thinking a lot at Creative Commons about finding some space in between this idea of opt-in or opt-out. So there might be a spectrum of choice in saying, you know, maybe I would like to put my material in the commons, but I don't want it to be used in this way, and really starting to almost establish a new set of norms in how we behave together in sharing in the internet, almost like happened at the beginning of Creative Commons 20 years ago. So my instinct is almost like if we could find a way as this community to come up with a set of principles that really does make sense for everyone, and then we can say, you know, this is what the community believes in, and this is what we're trying to work on together as like small steps, that would be quite beneficial for folks to rely on.
I see one of the challenges of how can, which stands before us, is how can we influence policymakers? How can we help open knowledge activists in countries like Russia, like North Korea, etc.? One of the challenges.
I'm happy you mentioned it. I will sort of respond with some thoughts I've been having. I live in Poland. Fortunately, there is no war in Poland, but there's war very close to us in Ukraine. And I also have these thoughts that I learned how to talk about openness and about sharing in I would say, at least in my region, a different world. Of course, there are conflicts happening all over the world, but this is very close to me. I feel... to make this more specific, you know, I see how a lot of discussions, for instance, on digital, will be discussions about cybersecurity, about military uses, about investments will be, I don't know, in drones. And I ask myself how to avoid a situation where these probably important for our security, but still very difficult issues sort of paint the broader picture around the internet, around digital technologies, around research and innovation. I don't have an answer to this, but I feel very much so. I would even say this is not just about countries that are dictatorial regimes, but also in democracies who are maybe dealing with these very big challenges. That's that question, what's the new narrative? I don't think we can talk in the same way I started doing it in 2005.
Hello. In fact, I have two questions.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. My name is Kirill Simonovsky, and I'm from the Macedonian Wikimedia community. I've been involved in many discussions on advocacy efforts regarding changes in legislation and how it may affect the future of the Wikimedia movement. So what I'm interested to know is, have you ever considered how the changes in the shape of the new forms of free knowledge affect all these advocacy efforts that we have to pursue in order to make sure that the content that is produced may be free on the Wikimedia projects? And the second question is, what is your opinion about the free content generated with copyrighted artificial intelligence? Do you think this is something which may harm our movement, or make some restrictions on how to disseminate the content created in that way? Because, for example, if you go on Wikimedia Commons, you can already find a questionnaire in which there is a question whether some parts of the media was produced using generative AI or not.
Ivan, you wanted to?
No, I was trying to answer the Yuri's question. What we are doing in Mexico is organizing trainings. I understand that you quoted the non-democratic countries as an example, but what we need to work in our countries where we have democracies too. We are organizing courses and training, literally. For an example, we are trying to organize a formal course with the Supreme Court teams, because they are absolutely out of the materials and the way that we see the world. And when we share our perspective, they say, "Oh, it's very cool," you know. But they are out of our understanding. So it's very valuable to organize training and courses. Secondly, we are organizing now in Wikimedia Mexico a course with a university which is called Flaxo. It's a Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences, and it's like a open and free knowledge 1, 2, 3 course for decision-making persons. So many people are entering now to that course because people from the government not have the perspective of open and free, and they will have in that course like a very broad topic and introductory topics around our world. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to follow up on the policy question that you had in terms of advocacy, because especially with the open access to research movement, we've been advocating for public access to publicly funded research for almost 20 years now. And while in much of our work we don't spell out what type of license specifically, but we explain what we want the research to be able to be used for. And so that's basically CC BY, which would allow for reuse. And in the US, we had a landmark legislation come out, or a landmark executive order come out in 2002, which will make all publicly funded research coming out of U.S. federally funded agencies open access with a CC BY license. So that's going to be a huge change from previous policies. And many open access advocates are using these same methods to advocate for public access around the world in this way.
I mean, not to bring the conversation to too much of a practical level, but like, frankly, when we're talking about things like open infrastructure, it really does come down to sustainability and funding as well. Without knowing how to pay for it, like this idea of open infrastructure constantly being grant funded, it's really an oxymoron. So I think that is a big roadblock for us as well, because until like the pipes are sustained, the content that goes through the pipes, you know, it's never really going to meet what we need it to meet. So I don't really know the answer to that or how we have a solution for that, but that it seems to be an issue that we need to kind of work with funders and other partners to resolve.
If I can say just a bit, I think the issue of infrastructure is very interesting. It sort of deserves a separate session. I think it's not a big topic at Wikimania because Wikimedia has the issue solved. I know you have a lot of conversations whether the code is good enough, but in general, it seems to be really sustainable in comparison with some other projects. But indeed, For instance, it's interesting how the pandemic was this really interesting one. No, I want to start by saying the first thought I have is that this is not really my issue. It's like, but I learned that it's a condition. I think a lot of this is people, you could say, my business is not dealing with concentrations of power. I devoted myself to promoting free knowledge strategies. But then we realize we need to deal with this. And I think with infrastructure is the same. Pandemic was this moment in Poland, all the institutions obviously needed to go online. And the quickest solution was the commercial one. Because they have everything there. They have basically the servers, the cloud, the people to go to institutions and get the deals. We need to also admit it was very useful. It was sort of valuable resource. But what is a bit shocking for me, I think there are resources in the public sector. Academic institutions are quite strong institutions. But yes, probably some combination of not enough imagination, not enough capacity, limited in the end resources, leads to this situation where we don't have alternatives. I remember I was very moved during the pandemic. There's a I think she's Belgian-Turkish researcher, Seda Gurses, and she said about this in the podcast. I think it's a failure that Belgian and Benelux, also Dutch universities cannot get together and build a video platform. It's not that complicated. I think it's not, but they don't have it. So you're right. It's a topic that I think is now becoming more and more popular, and the solutions are not easy.
And just to say there, of course, there are many issues around equity as well, because in the Global South, open infrastructure is definitely much more supported by institutions and governments, and yet the models from the Global North, the commercial models, are coming in and putting those sustainable models in jeopardy.
We're curious to hear anyone who hasn't yet spoken, maybe have a different perspective, maybe there's another issue. We're going through a lot of issues here, which I hope is fine. So any additional thoughts as we're nearing the hour will be welcome. Daria, please.
An obvious one, but
Great.
I'll speak it. It strikes me that the level of complexity of the knowledge that the advocates need to have to advocate for this, and a crystal ball as well to like know what the implication would be of sharing the knowledge to like allay the fears. I don't know. I mean, yes, we are all learning and developing and gaining more knowledge, but I see this as a bit of a challenge for sure. Especially, yeah, it seems like our job was a bit easier when it was just about teaching copyright.
But your organization, I always think you're doing a very good job navigating, learning. Do you have any solutions that you're developing?
I don't think so. I mean, so yeah, I have a team of program coordinators, and I sort of feel for them because they're supposed to be coordinators, facilitators for like others to do the work, but it seems like they have to become experts as well. And I don't know how to provide that whilst they're also like, we are doing it, but it's very DIY, you know, not we are learning by doing and not. And if I did it properly, that would become their job rather than coordinating partnerships and like doing more connecting work. You see? So we are doing, but I don't know if that's the best way. Okay. The end.
Thank you. Yes?
Hello, I'm Heike from Wikimedia Deutschland, and I'm trying to do advocacy work on education. And we have spoken about the people advocating, but what are new strategies to approach policymakers, or what are your experiences? Because at the same time, like, we as advocates need new knowledge, and it's really complex. On this policy making level, it's also about people don't know, and they also have to catch up. And I think your example about in Mexico is really striking, to make these courses for decision makers. But I was wondering, how do you get the decision makers to come to your course, like to your events, and what kind of new strategies do we need to approach policymakers?
Well, in the past, I worked in different organizations related to advocacy and policy issues, and actually, I can speak for those positions. We've tried to actually develop programs with UN organizations, like for instance, to advance our goals and to make sure that people would come. And for instance, I'm thinking of WIPO, like to try to actually develop like educational program with them where they would talk about exceptions and limitations to copyright issue. Obviously, I'm not saying that this is always working, but if you're actually going to secretaries, like UN secretaries, sometimes it's a way of also trying to develop those programs over years, and it takes years to get there. Obviously, it's a very long-term project, but it can be the way of trying to get to those people, because for instance, when you're looking at WIPO, you do have an immense program for taking classes for all the delegations, and if you manage to get your goal there, like to have those programs developed with them, then you have a chance to actually reach out of all the delegation together with only a single class. So that's again, it's really long term, but then and it's really hard. But I think it's a good strategy sometimes to collaborate with them. But it also means sometimes trade-offs as well. So.
Ivan, you also wanted to speak.
Yeah, it's our first attempt. So we have now 30 persons inscribed. So I hope we can have more. We used the previously networking sources that we had at the chapter and the own university. But at this point, we have inscribed at least 10 persons who are decision makers of the new government. So we are very amazed of that, and we hope that we will have good outcomes. But there's no a single strategy. We are moving in many communities. We are spreading the word around the net, the social media, and the own foundation is supporting us with the communications team, spreading the word. One thing is a bit negative is that we don't have scholarships. So that's the only main thing that is the challenge, because Wikimedians wants to attend the course, but we don't have scholarships at this point.
And I think to say on the policy work, I mean, at the end of the day, it's really about the relationships with decision makers, and that really does take years into building up those relationships and building up the trust so that policymakers will, believe what you're saying. And what we have found in some of our work at Creative Commons is sort of showing them that we can help them meet their own goals. So, for example, if a certain government or even institution says they want to meet the SDG goals, for example, we will say, actually, did you know that having an open policy or open science policy helps you to meet those goals? So really trying to identify when they're doing policy development work. It all happens on a cycle, right? Like when are they going to be updating or changing the policy and then getting in front of them. And they're at different meetings than we are at. So I think that's also important to sort of expand where this community goes and our reach, like going to COP, for example, for climate work. So we do have a tendency of talking, to ourselves, and that is really good. But I think with the policy and decision makers, it is going to be about expanding the network significantly and finding those champions.
I think it's time to finish, so that you can either take a break or run to the next session. Thank you very much. I know that we went through a lot of topics. I hope it didn't feel like we're rushing. I think it's like a kaleidoscope that was interesting to see all the elements. For us, this was very useful to get some more feedback. As Melissa mentioned, we will be doing an online consultation phase, so you can either tell us right now that you would like to take part. You can write us an email or find us on Instagram, because we're so young. Or look out for the message that there's such a thing happening. We'll be very glad to have your input. Thank you very much.